Good afternoon and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate this afternoon, being the 25th of February, the year being 2025. We are so glad you're watching this live broadcast of the Senate, brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. In the highlights in the order of business this afternoon is a motion that will have senators this afternoon celebrate the life of the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela. This is a motion by the Senator for Tana River County, Senator Danson Mungatana, that aware that the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela, a renowned media personality, passed away on the 7th of February 2025, aged 84 years, and cognizant of his illustrious career in the media, spanning over 5 decades, and was one of the most influential voices in the Kenya radio, especially through his long-running radio and television program, Je Huni Ungwana. And equally cognizant of his command of the Kiswahili language, kept Kenyans informed on many topics, while exceptional football commentaries on radio brought joy to many people and popularized the sport at a time. And this is when live football and television was rare. And appreciating matters to do with his legacy that the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela left in the media industry, now therefore the Senate expresses its deep sadness at the death of Mr. Mbotela and records its celebration and equally appreciation of his remarkable life, and extends its heartfelt sympathy and condolences to his family, friends, and the nation. This is motion number 8 in the order paper this afternoon, lined up for senators to make their comments and condole with the family and friends of the late Mambo Mbotela, who passed away on the 7th of February this month and has already been buried. But senators this afternoon will be expressing their condolence messages in regards to how they remember the late media legend. The variation of the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Senate committee, this is the Senate Committee on Matters, Power and Privileges, on the conduct of Senator Gloria Ruoba, is a motion lined up for consideration this afternoon. Our dear viewers, this motion, in a nutshell, seeks to reduce the power or the number of days from 79 days to 30 days as the period in which Senator Gloria Ruoba is set to serve as the suspension period. Remember, Senator Gloria Ruoba had been suspended by the Senate for 79 calendar days, and this motion is seeking to reduce the suspension period to 30 days, commencing on the 12th of February 2025 to the 13th of March 2025. In the event the House passes this motion, the Senator shall be allowed back to the Senate and its presence of Parliament on the terms resolved by the Senate on the 20th of September 2023. This is a motion by the leader of the majority party that the senator, that is Senator Gloria Ruoba, has shown a considerable level of remorse following the communication by the Speaker on the implementation of the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on her conduct. The resolution was to kick her out of the Parliament presence for 79 days, and this motion is seeking to reduce that punishment, so to speak, to about 30 days. The public fundraising appeals, Senate Bills number 36 of the year 2024, is set for resumption of debate this afternoon, and after which the Senate will proceed to division on the public fundraising appeals, Senate Bills number 36 of the year 2024. If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, is already in the chamber this afternoon. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka, sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakaofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, that is a 10 minutes quorum bell that has commenced at the Senate this afternoon after the Speaker of the House, currently presiding over the business of the Senate, directed that the Sergeant at Arms should ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. And this directive is passed on to the House standing orders that guides the House on matters quorum. And as we await for that quorum to be attained, the Civic Education Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of the year 2024, and the Environmental Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of the year 2024, are the other bills set for resumption of debate this afternoon that was interrupted on the 13th of February 2023. And after the conclusion of debate on these bills, where senators will be debating the county civic education as well as amendments proposed to the Environment Laws Bill, the House will move into division to vote on the three bills. The report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of the year 2023, by the Vice Chairperson Mediation Committee, is a motion lined up for debate this afternoon. In this motion is that the Vice Chairperson of the Mediation Committee, and this Mediation Committee comprises of members of the Senate as well as members of the National Assembly. And at the Senate this afternoon, the Vice Chairperson of the Mediation Committee is seeking to have the Senate adopt the report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill. This is Senate Bills number, National Assembly Bills number 12 of the year 2023 that was laid on the table of the House on the 15th or on the 5th day of December 2024, and further that pursuant to Article 113, subsection 2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders number 167, subsection 3 of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. This afternoon, the motion on the report of the Select Committee on the County Public Investment and Special Funds on its consideration of the audit reports of various water service companies for the financial year 2018-2019 all the way to 2020-2021 is set for deliberation this afternoon. This motion is by the chair on the Committee on County Public Investment and Special Funds. Away from the motions and the bills, allow me to take through the other businesses for consideration by the House this afternoon. And the other agenda before the Senate this afternoon is the report of the Select Committee on various county governments. These are investigations on the consideration of the audit reports on county bursaries for the financial year 2020, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022. This is for about over 20 county governments in regards to how they utilized bursary funds.
Senator Boni, take your seat. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The delegation comprises honorable senators and parliamentary staff who are attending a capacity building program on legislative leadership and governance at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training. Honorable senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Senator Kobane Theko, MP. The Chief Whip and leader of the delegation. The Honorable Senator Dr. Thabiso Lebese, MP. The Honorable Senator Tumane Matela, MP. The Honorable Senator Mamolapo Majara, MP. The Honorable Senator Maholu Mashosho, MP. The Honorable Senator Mawini Kanetsi, MP. The Honorable Senator Siabata Motsamai, MP. Advocate Celiso Molise, Clerk of the Senate of Lesotho, and Mr. Maduma Tsepane, Clerk Assistant. Now, on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit. I will allow the Majority Leader, when he resumes his seat, to extend a word of welcome, and thereafter the Deputy Leader of the minority side also to have 1 minute to extend a word of welcome. The Minority Leader the Deputy Minority Leader may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity on behalf of the minority side of the Senate to join you in extending a warm welcome to. So on behalf of the minority side of the Senate, I extend my warm welcome to the delegation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join you together with all our other colleagues in welcoming this visiting delegation from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Mr. Speaker, a very delightful occasion for us to have this delegation, particularly in the study that they are undertaking at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, a key premium training institution run by the Parliament of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, that enjoys very good relations with other parliaments from across the region and globally, Mr. Speaker. That's the heart of what we do here in Parliament, and I'm sure that our colleagues will have a full value for that which they sought out to look for when they set foot from their country to this republic. On behalf of this Senate, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate them. I hope that one day we shall do what we colloquially refer to here as a revenging. That is a counterpart visit, because unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I've never been to the Kingdom of Lesotho, and I've read very interesting things about them, and I'd wish to go and see live those things. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on that trip, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to be accompanied by the Deputy Minority Whip, Senator Sifuna, because I know he loves those kind of things as well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate Today, Tuesday, the 25th of February, 2025. These are the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kilifi County for the year ended 30th June 2024. County Executive of Kilifi, Kilifi County Assembly, County Revenue Fund, Receiver of Revenue, Kilifi County Assembly, Members Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund, Kilifi County Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Kilifi County Assembly Staff Mortgage Scheme Fund, Kilifi County Emergency Fund, Kilifi County Microfinance Wezesha Fund, Kilifi County Ward Scholarship Fund, Municipality of Kilifi, Municipality of Malindi, Kilifi County Health Services Improvement Fund, Kilifi County Referral Hospital, Mtwapa Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Jibana Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Bamba Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Malindi Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Marafa Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Mariakani Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Gede Sub-County Level 4, Rabai Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Malindi Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Kilifi Mariakani Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Kilifi County Climate Change Fund for the year ended 30th June 2023, Kilifi County Climate Change Fund for the year ended 30th June 2024. Then reports of the Auditor General for the financial statements of Taita Taveta County for the year ended 30th June 2024, the County Executive of Taita Taveta County Assembly, County Revenue Fund, Taita County Government, Receiver of Revenue, Taita Taveta County Government, Taita Taveta County Assembly, Members Car, Loan and Mortgage Fund, Taita Taveta County Executive, Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Revolving Fund, Taita Taveta County Assembly, Staff and Car Loan Mortgage Fund, Taita Taveta County Executive Education Fund Board, Taita Taveta County Facilities Improvement Fund, Taita Taveta Investments and Development Corporation, Taita Taveta Municipality, Special Municipality of Mwatate, Voi Municipality for the year ended 30th June 2024, Moi Voi County Referral Hospital, Taveta Sub-County Hospital, Wesu Sub-County Hospital, Mwatate Sub-County, Tavevo Water and Sewerage Company Limited. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of financially locally led climate actions, FLOCA, IDA V319KE P173065 for the county government of Taita Taveta County for the year ended 30th June 2024. And lastly, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Laikipia County Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program for the year ended 30th June 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Next order. Now, Honorable Senators, you will notice that the two order papers. Kindly switch to the supplementary order paper. Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of the following motion, which is a variation of the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Committee of Powers and Privilege on the conduct of Senator Gloria Orwoba, MP. That aware that on the 20th of September 2023, the Senate adopted the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the conduct of Senator Gloria Orwoba, MP, and resolved to suspend the Senator from the precincts of Parliament for the remainder of the second session of the 13th Parliament, which period amounted to 79 calendar days. Cognizant that Senator Gloria Orwoba subsequently sought judicial intervention, obtaining a court order that stayed the implementation of the Senate's resolution until the matter was determined, and that the High Court in its judgment delivered on 15th January 2025 dismissed the petition, thereby reinstating the suspension, considering that Senator Gloria Orwoba has shown a considerable level of remorse, and that following the communication by the Speaker on Wednesday, 12 February 2025, on the implementation of the resolution of the Senate, on the report of the Committee on Powers and Privileges on the conduct of Senator Gloria Orwoba, the Senator was apologetic for her conduct. Now, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order number 17, 3D and G of the Parliamentary Powers and Privilege Act, the Senate resolves to vary its resolution made on 20th September 2023, suspending Senator Gloria Orwoba from the Senate and the precincts of Parliament for 79 days and reduces the suspension period to 30 calendar days commencing 12 February 2025 to 13th of March 2025, after which the Senator shall be allowed back to the Senate and the precincts of Parliament on the terms resolved by the Senate on 20th September 2023.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Education. Who is the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Education?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Education on a petition to the Senate regarding the discrimination by Teacher Service Commission, TSC, on payment of hardship and enhanced house allowance to some teachers in Kilifi and Taita Taveta counties, laid on the table of the Senate on this Tuesday, or laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 8th October 2024.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy. Now, honorable senators, let us be alert, and if you've been given some responsibilities through the reorganization of committees, please get used to those responsibilities. Proceed.
I think it'll be there soon. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy on its inquiry into the liquefied petroleum gas LPG explosion in Miradi area, Embakasi, Nairobi City County, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 8th August 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. And the two notices. Majority Leader, who is your chair in this committee? He's not present, so you may proceed to.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give a notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its inquiry into the allegations on personal security concerns raised by the Honorable Philomena Kapkori, Deputy Governor, Trans Nzoia County, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 1st October 2024. I beg.
There are two notices, so proceed to give the second notice.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on its inquiry into the state of markets in Vihiga and Bungoma counties arising from statements sought by Senator Geoffrey Osotsi, MP, and Senator David Wafula Wakoli, MP, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 1st October 2022.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, Senator Kisang.
Good. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the removal of speed bumps and pavements along the Boyben Road junction to Kapuliot Junction leading to E10, in Washigishu County and Elgeyo Marakwet counties, Honorable Speaker, respectively. During the Confederation of African Cycling, CAC Road Cycling Championship in October 2024. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the reasons why the speed bumps and pavements have not been reinstated since the removal in October 2024. Second, provide a timeline for the reinstatement of the pavements and speed bumps to ensure the safety of both pedestrians and motorists. And then finally, Honorable Speaker, explain the measures the ministry is taking to ensure that road safety features such as pavements and speed bumps are properly restored after events that necessitate their temporary removal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is on the recent court ruling of the decriminalization of suicide. Dear Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on an issue of general concern, topical concern, and national importance regarding the recent landmark ruling by the High Court of Kenya in Constitution Petition number E045 of 2022, which declared Section 226 of the Penal Code unconstitutional, thereby discriminalizing attempted suicide in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, this ruling is a victory for mental health advocacy and the dignity of the individual suffering from the mental health conditions. For far too long, those battling depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and other mental health challenges have been treated as criminals instead of patients in need of urgent care and support. The decriminalization of attempted suicide has not only stigmatized victims but also deterred them from seeking the help they desperately need. I take this, Mr. Speaker, kindly protect me from here. I'm being distracted.
Minority Leader.
I take this opportunity.
You may want to hear your colleague in silence.
I take this opportunity to commend and congratulate the petitioners, including the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, KNCHR, Charity Muturi, the Kenya Psychiatrists Association, and other stakeholders for their unwavering commitment to this noble cause. These efforts have set a precedent for a more compassionate and evidence-based approach to mental health in our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, this ruling aligns with our constitutional values under Article 43, which guarantees every Kenyan the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including mental health. It further upholds the principle of equality, non-discrimination, and human dignity to enshrine in Articles 27 and 28 of the Constitution. However, the decriminalization of attempted suicide is a significant milestone. It is only the beginning. As legislators, we must now focus on strengthening mental health care in Kenya. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose the following urgent interventions. Number 1, amendment of relevant laws. Parliament must swiftly repeal all provisions of the Penal Code that decriminalize mental health-related conditions and align our legal framework with global best practices.
Senator Kenywa, kindly take your seat.
Number two, increase budgetary allocation for mental health. There's a critical need for more resources in mental health services, including counseling, rehabilitation, and suicide prevention programs to all levels of healthcare. Number 3, public awareness and de-stigmatization campaigns. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with other stakeholders, should intensify public education on mental health, emphasizing that suicide is a medical condition and not a crime. Number 4, establishment of crisis response units. Counties should establish well-equipped mental health crisis response teams to provide timely intervention for individuals in distress. And the last, number 5, implementation of the Suicide Prevention Strategy 2021-2026. The government must fully implement the existing strategy focusing on early detection, intervention, and community-based mental health support programs. Mr. Speaker, sir, this ruling reaffirms the critical role of the judiciary in safeguarding fundamental rights and protecting vulnerable members of our society. It is now upon us as the Senate to complement this progress by ensuring that the necessary legislative and policy measures are enacted to promote a supportive, rehabilitative, and dignified approach to mental health care in Kenya. I urge all my colleagues to join hands in this mission to transform Kenya into a country that treats mental health with the urgency, care, and humanity it deserves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the plight of wheat farmers in Narok County and the whole of Kenya due to the influx of imported wheat into the country. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, state whether the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance are working together to determine what would be the shortage of wheat after sweeping all locally available wheat before agreeing to the quota allocated by the Council of East African Ministers under legal notice number EAC/204/2024, which is a total of 3,096,500 metric tons of wheat grains, which have caused tremendous sufferings of local farmers whose produce for 2024 are still in their stores. Mr. Speaker, millers opt to import cheap grains rather than buy local produce. Mr. Speaker, sir, the local farmers' frustrations yesterday led to a 6-hour farmers' demonstration where all farmers parked their tractors and farm implements along Narok-Nairobi Road, causing tremendous distractions for businesses in Narok town and traffic snarl-up, which affected ordinary Kenyans. 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should state what is the current wheat deficit in the country. Number 3, state what is the total wheat production in Narok County and how much of it has been bought by the local millers. Number 4, the following, Mr. Speaker, are some of the millers that have been given the mandate to import the varying quantities of wheat grains into the country. 1, Capwell Industries, 65,000 metric tons. Lukenya Flour Mills Limited, 33,000 metric tons. Karibu Flour Mills, 60,000 metric tons. Malindi Flour Millers Limited, 27,500 metric tons. Buckex Millers Limited, 50,000 metric tons. Weetabix East African Limited, 5,000 metric tons. Eldoret Grains Limited, 5,000 metric tons. Joy Millers Limited, 200,000 metric tons. Kitui Flour Mills, 324,000 metric tons. Rafiki Millers Limited, 40,000 metric tons. Jamii Milling Limited, 24,000 metric tons. And Alpha Grains Miller Limited, 45,000 metric tons. These are just some of the millers who are importing instead of buying local produce. Mr. Speaker, I beg to request.
Next order.
Order number 8.
Clerk, just a moment. I will allow 15 minutes of intervention on the 3 statements that have been read out. I will start with Senator Sifuna Edwin.
go to the next page.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to welcome you back. And since the delegation from Lesotho is still here, I want them to pass my regards to the former Prime Minister, Moketsi Majoro, who's my personal friend and was the head of delegation for the observer mission for the Somaliland election. Tell him his friend from Nairobi says hi. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement that has been brought by the Senator for Narok, the Honorable Edama Olekina, regarding the status of the farmers in Narok who are currently looking at or staring at very serious losses, Honorable Speaker, that we have undertaken as a country, or we at least pretend to undertake, that we will take care of our farmers, Honorable Speaker. And when we do something on one side, we seem to take with equal measure on the other side. We as the sugarcane farmers and the newly minted chair of agriculture, the Senator for Bungoma will tell you, have complained for a very long time, Honorable Speaker, that for as long as you allow a wanton importation of sugar, you are hurting the local farmer in the sugarcane growing areas. You can see that the same is the situation, Honorable Speaker, now with wheat. I am quite surprised that Kenya would subscribe to such a situation where, Honorable Speaker, we have farmers in Narok whose crop is literally rotting in their stores, and yet we have allowed importation of sugar to this extent, Honorable Speaker. If you look at this legal notice that the Senator has brought, this is a copy of the East African Community Gazette, Honorable Speaker. And there is a legal notice here that has been signed by the Honorable Deng Alor Kwol, who was the chairperson Council of Ministers for the East African Community, Honorable Speaker. And is allowing, I think it's a total of how many? 3 million tons of wheat, Honorable Speaker. This is unacceptable. When we speak about these issues, Honorable Speaker, some people say, oh, we don't like certain individuals in certain offices. The Cabinet Secretary for Finance or Treasury is a former chairperson of ODM. Honorable Speaker, the ODM party, through the acting party leader, the Honorable Anyang' Nyong'o, issued a statement on this same issue about 2 weeks ago. And if he was a good man, he would have listened then. It wouldn't take the Senator for Narok to bring this matter before this House again, before it is resolved. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to stand with the Senator for Narok. I want to stand with the farmers in Narok. We must give priority to our own people when they are trying to get themselves out of the economic mess. You cannot have our own farmers produce rotting, and yet we are allowing importation of the same commodity which we have in plenty here. So this committee, Honorable Speaker, must have both the Cabinet Secretary responsible for agriculture and the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Treasury or Finance to appear before it and make sure that we put an end to this and we get explanations. And I'm also getting tired, Honorable Speaker, of explanations, because those farmers in Narok don't want an explanation. They want to be put in the right place in terms of compensation for what it is they have lost after putting their sweat in their land and, Honorable Speaker, being let down by their own government. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Nandi, let's speak for 3 minutes to allow as many to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, mine is just a quick, Mr. Speaker, maize farmers we have been demonstrating for long. I thought the wheat farmers are better off, but it looks like whenever maize farmers speak, you must support us because we are in the same boat. In the cereals, Mr. Speaker, cereals we must agree. As we are suffering, we didn't get the correct pricing in maize of 4,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker. And the sad reality of maize is that we sell at 90 kilos, while wheat is being sold at 50 kilos. I stand with the wheat farmers in Narok. I know they caused a lot of jam yesterday. I was worried for our colleagues, Ledama, but I'm happy he managed to pull through. Mr. Speaker, we must stop. I think Kenya National Trading Corporation, KNTC, must be called out. And AFA, who authorized importation of sugar, rice, maize, yet we are harvesting season, Mr. Speaker. This gazette notice must be degazetted by the Ministry of Treasury. And we expected Mbadi to do better, Mr. Speaker, by revoking most of those gazette notices. And it is good that Sifuna is here. He should advise him accordingly, Mr. Speaker. When we're having harvesting season, if it maize, if it anything, Mr. Speaker, we must stop importation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, while at it, the food security is a threat because we get subsidized fertilizer at 2,500. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, the seeds that we are supposed to go back to plant in this season is very high. And therefore, we want to ask the new chairman of agriculture, our colleague, who has taken over, Mr. Speaker, to review, because how can you buy 2 kilos of seeds that at 700 shillings, Mr. Speaker? How many Kenyans can afford that? So we need to review so that we can protect our food security. I wish the wheat farmers all the best, and they have our unconditional support, Mr. Speaker, and I support the statement.
Senator Kavindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on the statement for Senator Amida about mental health and suicidal cases, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mental health is illness, is an illness like any other illness, and it should be treated.
Senator Kavindo, just a minute. That statement was raised pursuant to Standing Order 52, if I'm not mistaken. It does not attract comments from honorable senators. So either you pick the remaining 2 or you yield and allow another colleague to take to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I wish you could allow me just to say something on this.
Conclude and...
Speaker.
Conclude.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of suicidal cases in almost all the counties, especially in a sub-county called Mwala in Machakos County. We have lost more than 20 youths by now. And this is an illness like any other. And I would request, Mr. Speaker, whoever is going to deal with this statement, they can also come up with a strategic plan that the counties must have centers for counseling for such patients. And these patients should be taken with kindness, and they should not be discriminated, even in families and in the society, because mental health is illness like any other illness. And there are so many people who are walking like they are normal, but they are suffering, and they are hiding because they cannot come out and say that I'm suffering mentally, because they are afraid, they are discriminated because of that. Mr. Speaker, even we should have funds set aside for counseling and talking to these such people so that they can know that it's an illness like any other illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a comment on this statement by Senator Ledama on the importation of wheat. We have just had our elections, and members are about to take over their responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, there must be a proper plan and guidance to the country. Although listening to many of my colleagues this afternoon, it is clear they do not understand that certain matters are beyond the reach of Kenya alone. Because the notice that Senator Ledama is referring to is an EAC regional notice for which Kenya is a signatory to. So it's not as simple as just having either a minister, council, or say this or the other. These are some of the things that we should perhaps be raising at the heads of state summit, considering that certain, Mr. Speaker, I don't mind being informed by...
Would you wish to be informed by
Yes,
Senator
I don't mind, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader, for allowing me to inform you. The Council of Ministers, whose chairman is the current Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury in South Sudan, is comprised of Cabinet Secretaries of East Africa who deals with Treasury. So these are the members who go and sit together to agree on what will be zero-rated to allow millers to be able to import wheat. So what we would expect of our Cabinet Secretary, to be able to say, yes, we're in agreement with this. Mr. Chairman, you can sign this. However, mop up all the local produced wheat. So that is the issue here. Because this Cabinet Secretary of Treasury in Kenya can be able to say, because if you look at the list, and I'm happy to share with everyone, the legal notice, all these companies here are Kenyan companies. All of them are trading in Kenya. They are the millers, they are the local millers who are the ones who are buying. In fact, even to further add to the information, tomorrow we've been able to secure a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture because he too was not aware of this legal notice. So it's a matter of full disclosure and also taking into consideration the needs and interests of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you also for that additional information of the point. Actually, you agree with what I say, that this point is beyond Kenya alone making certain decisions. We know what we are good at and what we proceed. The point that I wanted to make, Senator Ledama, to you is that just as certain countries, for example, Tanzania, have excess production of maize, and you saw a press release the other day of how much, I think actually it was their president who was speaking, that they produced in anticipation that their traditional market, which is Kenya, will be available. Unfortunately, or fortunately to the Kenyan people, thanks to the overproduction on our side, that market is not available. What we expect from our cabinet ministers, and that's the point that I wanted to make before you volunteered additional information, is to bring this information to fore. However, Senator Ledama, there's a question also that we must ask ourselves. What is it that makes these millers prefer to bring wheat or whatever they're importing from out of the country in total disregard of locally available stocks? So that once that question is answered, we are able to help our farmers produce. Is it a question of quality? Is it a question of price? Is it a question, whatever the case might be that makes our millers prefer imports from outside the country, I believe that it is possible for us as either policymakers or the legislators to find ways in which we can support our farmers, if it's an issue of quality, to produce to the kind of quality that the millers are looking for. If it's an issue of price, then to ensure that we are able to subsidize them to a point that they become competitive so that the millers can buy. Therefore, I do hope that our new Agriculture Committee will get to the full details of this particular issue so that we provide the right intervention that will ensure that the farmers get to enjoy the product of their sweat, and the millers also get product that is available to them at the right quantity, quality, and price. That is how a thriving economy works, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, over to the new Agriculture Committee with this new challenge that our country faces. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa mbili ambazo zimeletwa na Senator Olekina pamoja na Senator Hamida. Tukianza na Senator Olekina, Mheshimiwa Spika, matatizo yaliyotokea kutokana na uagizaji kutoka nje wa zao la ngano imetokamana na kutojua watu wetu katika Wizara ya Ukulima na vile vile pia katika Wizara ya Uhusiano wa Kimataifa, yale makubaliano yanayofanyika katika vikao vinavyofanyika kila mara kwa mara katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia mara nyingi, Mheshimiwa Spika, yale yanayozungumzwa katika vikao vile hayafiki mashinani kwa wananchi, na nafikiri hiyo ni sababu moja inatakana kamati yetu inahusiana na masuala ya mambo ya nje na masuala ya ukulima yaweze kuingilia kati swala hili, kwa sababu mara nyingi wale wakulima wa nchi jirani wanajua masoko yao yako vipi, lakini wakulima wetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, hawana habari hizo. Ukiangalia kwa mfano sukari, mara nyingi huletwa sukari ya Komesa hapa wakati sisi tunao sukari yetu. Mahindi, mara nyingi mahindi yanatoka mpaka sehemu za Malawi kuingia Kenya, lakini mahindi yako mengi na sisi hatuwezi kununua kwa zile bei ambazo zinatolewa na serikali. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja ya hizi kamati zetu muhimu, na hivi sasa nafikiri kumechaguliwa wenye viti wapya wa kamati hizo waangalie kwa makini masuala haya ili wananchi wao wanajua ni masuala gani ambayo lazima waangalie kuhusiana na mazao, kwa sababu chakula tunacholima hapa nchini kwetu lazima kwanza kinunuliwe hapa kwetu. Kile ambacho ni kizuri labda tuuze nje, lakini tusiwe kwamba tunaleta kila kitu kuwahujumu wakulima wetu. kuhusiana na masuala ya mambo ya afya ya akili. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili ni swala ambalo liko wazi sasa katika jamii zetu. Mara nyingi utapata mtu aidha amejiua ama ameathiri familia yake. Juzi kuna mama mmoja aliua watoto wake 3 hapa Nairobi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na visa vingi kama hivi ambavyo vinaendelea. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kufanya mtu kutaka kujitoa hai kuifanya kuwa ni hatia, Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo inakataa ule mtazamo kwamba huyu ambaye anaugua afya ya akili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mtu ambaye anataka kupewa matibabu, anataka kupewa usaidizi ili aepukane na lile janga ambalo limemfika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja ya kufanywa marekebisho kwa sheria ile ya
Your time is up, unfortunately, Honorable Senator. Senator James Murango.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika. Ya kwanza, Mstahiki Spika, ningetaka kusema ya kwamba ni jambo la fedheha wakati wakulima wanaenda, wanapanda, wanapalilia, na wanapovuna hawapati chenye walikuwa wanatarajia kuweka pesa mfukoni. Mstahiki Spika, ningetaka kusema kwamba hili ni jambo linatokana kwanza na makadirio ya bajeti ambayo yanafanywa na Bunge la Kitaifa. Sasa hivi ukienda uangalie fedha ambazo zimewekwa kando kwa ajili ya kununua mahindi, utapata kiasi ni ngapi? Ukiangalia ile imewekwa sababu ya ngano, utapata hakuna. Ukienda ambao itajaribu kusaidia wakulima wa vitu zingine, utapata hakuna. Wakati wakulima atakuja kuvuna, hata rais wa nchi wakati anasema nendeni mkanunue ngano, kwa sababu wakulima wameshalisha ngano na ina soko, utapata ya kwamba bajeti hakuna. Na jambo kubwa ni kwa sababu bunge la seneti hakuna mahali ambao linahusishwa kikamilifu katika makadirio ya bajeti, tuweze pia kuweka fikira zetu pale tuweze kusaidia watu wetu. Mstahiki Spika, si ngano peke yake na mahindi, pia kuna sheria zingine ambazo zimefanywa na ziko katika nchi hii, ambazo zingine zinahitajika tu waziri kuweka kalamu na kuhakikisha kwamba wakulima wamefaidika. Nchi zingine kutoka nje zinaruzuku wakulima wao ili waweze kuuza bidhaa zao kwa bei ya rahisi katika nchi ya Kenya. Sisi tumekuwa kama jalala ya kununua kila kitu kwa sababu bei ni rahisi. Mstahiki Spika, ningetaka niseme kama mazao ya makandamia. Juzi mwaka jana tukiwa na huyu Wakoli ambao sasa nampongeza akiwa ndiye mwenyekiti mpya katika kamati ya kilimo. Mstahiki Spika, tulikuja tukaenda kwa waziri aliyekuwa anaitwa Lintuli kwa sababu kuna sheria ambayo ilikuwa imetengenezwa mwaka 2013 ambayo ilikuwa inasema makandamia mpaka utoe maganda ili uweze kuuza nchi za nje. Mabwenyenye wakaungana wakajenga mafaktori makubwa. Kwa hivyo maskini alikuwa ni lazima apeleke mazao yao kule. Sasa hivi tunapoongea hiyo sheria imerudishwa kwamba mkulima hawezi uza makandamia yake nje kama nje atolewa maganda. Sasa Mstahiki Spika, kwa nini mkulima asiruhusiwe kufuga mbuzi wake mahali anaona kuna nyasi? Kwa nini nikulimie mimi nikuletee wewe cha lazima? Na imewekwa katika sheria. Ni jambo la fedheha, na ningesema ya kwamba ni vizuri hao wakulima ngano waangaliwe kwa haraka iwezekanavyo, mahindi na wakulima wengine. Asante sana Mstahiki Spika.
The minority leader.
Asante Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, na kwanza nataka kuunga mkono hii taarifa iliyoletwa kuhusikana na mambo ya ngano. Mstahiki Spika, tunaona kwamba katika wale watu ama wakulima ngano pia ni wakulima ambao lazima waangaliwe ya kwamba mazao yao yamepata kuuzwa ama yamepata kununuliwa katika yale masoko. Mr. Speaker, ni jambo la kusikitisha na ni jambo la madharau sana kwa wale wakuzaji ama wakulima wa ngano kuona ya kwamba hawachukuliwi katika zile taratibu za kwamba ngano zao ni muhimu. Hata hivi sasa tukiangalia utaona kwamba wakulima wengi sana hawajui watafanya nini na hizo ngano ambazo wako nazo. Mmoja wao akiwa ni Senator Segei, tulikuwa na mazungumzo naye akasema ametengeza ngano kubwa amevuna, lakini hana pa kuzipeleka na imebidi kwamba sasa imekuwa ni kama atapeana tu kama bure ama zitaketi hapo na hatimaye mwisho zinaweza kuharibika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la muhimu kuona kwamba taarifa hii ambayo imeletwa na seneta wetu kutoka Narok ni muhimu sana, ili wakulima wetu waweze kuwekwa katika kuangaziwa haki zao na shughuli zao. Haina haja ya kuweza kuleta ngano kutoka nje ambazo zitakuja zitagandamiza wakulima wetu hapa. Wakulima wetu wa ngano ni lazima waangaliwe na watetewe vizuri sana na wizara. Na kama swala kama hili ikiwa litakwenda katika kamati ya agriculture, kamati ya agriculture inatakana ikae na iangalie na ichunguze vizuri na itupatie sisi mwelekeo. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 8, motion celebrating the life of the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Celebrating the life of the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela. Honorable Speaker, I stand here on behalf of Senator Danson Mungatana, Senator for Tana River, that aware that the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela, a renowned media personality, passed away on 7th of February 2025 at the age of 84, cognizant that he had an illustrious career in media spanning over 5 decades and was one of the most influential voices in Kenyan radio, especially through his long-running radio and television program, Je Huu Ni Ungwana. Further, cognizance that his command of the Kiswahili language kept Kenyans informed on many topics, while his exceptional football commentaries on radio brought joy to many people and popularized the sport at a time when live football on television was rare. Appreciating the lasting legacy that he leaves in the media industry and the high esteem in which he was held by colleagues and persons from all walks of life. Now, therefore, the Senate expresses its deep sadness at the death of Mr. Mbotela, records its celebration and appreciation of his remarkable life, and extends its heartfelt sympathy and condolences to his family, friends, and the nation. Honorable Speaker, the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela was a great media personality. He was one of the pioneer radio and television presenters who worked for the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. At that time, it was the only station in our beloved country that was operating on air in the whole of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, Leonard Mambo Mbotela was in the league of Amina Fakii, Hadija Ali, Ali Salim Manga, Mohamed Juma Njuguna, the late Mohamed Juma Njuguna, and many others whom I cannot remember offhand. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, they were real nationalists who promoted Kiswahili language and also promoted nationhood in this republic. Mr. Speaker, the late Motela, with his program Jehu Nyungwana, was able to impart nationalism, cultural values, and many other things that many Kenyans will flock to their television stations in the evenings to hear those programs. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the late Motela contributed a lot in this country. And it is fitting that as a country and as a Senate of the Republic of Kenya, we need to celebrate and appreciate his life as a Kenyan and also as a remarkable person in our republic. Honorable Speaker, the late Motela were the pioneers of the slaves who are being ferried from Nyasaland, currently Malawi, to the West Africa. And at the time of the abolishment of the slave trade, they were settled in Kenya. His family, part of the family, settled in Mombasa and at a place called Freetown. And there's a thriving community there of these people who have since become Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, there are many other communities who settled in Kenya before independence, and some of them have not been able to get IDs up to now. For instance, we have the Pemba community, which was recognized recently. We had the Makonde community, and many others, Mr. Speaker, sir, who were here before Kenya, but they have not been considered as Kenyans throughout their life in Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, the passing of Motela, who was able to mentor many radio and television presenters in this country, has been a great loss to our republic. And on behalf of the people of Mombasa, where he originated from, I convey my sincere condolences to the family, friends, and his workmates on the sad demise of this great person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to move. I invite Senator Jared Gay, Senator for Nandi County, to second this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Mongatana had requested myself and Senator Faki to move and second subsequently. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. Our heartfelt condolences and messages of goodwill to the family, friends of the late prolific radio and media personality, Leonard Mambo Motela. Mr. Speaker, we continue to commiserate with the family. Mr. Speaker, many of us who grew up listening to the radio, and you know radio has the highest coverage across anywhere in the world, more so in Kenya, unlike TV, another mode of communication. And you know, in the past, Mr. Speaker, for us who studied the GHC, Geography, History, and Civics, will tell you mode of communications include radio or other form of using even horn, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Leonard Mambo Motela was one of the celebrated media personalities with high integrity. So, Speaker, it's not to celebrate his life that with the advent of brown envelope journalism, Leonard Mambo Motela stood against intimidation and blackmail and resisted any form of brown envelope journalism that has engulfed the country. So, Speaker, another thing, secondly, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we must learn to celebrate and honor our heroes. It is sad that Leonard Mambo Motela, Mr. Speaker, was interred or buried at Langata Cemetery. Mr. Speaker, somebody would say in death all of us are equal, but I was proposing that we must have a hero's corner. When you go to Zimbabwe, Harare, Mr. Speaker, heroes of the nation have been designated where they can be buried, not because they are more better or because of class in debt, but, Mr. Speaker, is to allow the generations that will come after to learn, to have an heritage where they can go and learn and know who these personalities are. Mr. Speaker, and therefore I'm proposing, and I hope the Ministry of, is it Sports, Youth, that is in charge, and even Nairobi City County, should even designate land where the national heroes should be paraded and ensure, Mr. Speaker, because you remember Langata Cemetery, at some point it had been said it had been overflowed or they were no longer space, Mr. Speaker. So I want to propose that I hope in future we should have a heroes corner where people of integrity, Mr. Speaker, people who have served this nation with distinction that have been celebrated can be buried, Mr. Speaker. And I remember before the advent of devolution, Mr. Speaker, sir, there was a proposal to relocate Langata Cemetery to Mavoko, but we know what happened because the Makaburi or cemetery scandal that befell the Nairobi City County and then through Ministry of Local Government. But this is the challenge. I hope the Nairobi City County has a foresight to even do that, Mr. Speaker. But I don't think they have foresight. If they can take a dirt before electricity house, then that is another story for another day. So, Speaker, the second thing is that we should honor state burial with all state honors, Mr. Speaker, such heroes, where we have full recognition through state burial, Mr. Speaker, because this somebody who said, Je Uniungwana, Leonard Mambo Mbotela would have a chance, second in life, would ask Je Uniungwana for most things that is happening in this country, corruption, lethargy, poor governance, Mr. Speaker, poverty, lack of water, Mr. Speaker. Many Kenyans are going without food, not only even in areas that traditionally would be, even here in Nairobi, like Mukuru, Kwanjenga, Kibra, and many other. And he would ask us as leaders, Je Uniungwana. And we would be ashamed of it, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't bring the goodness of what, and that Je Uniungwana will resonate very well with many people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 4 is that under the National Heroes Council, we should consider, I would have expected the brand new chairman of lands, Senator Faki, to say would propose in Nairobi, Mombasa City County, a street to be named again, after Mama Mbotela in Mombasa. But also we want to urge the government to name at least 1 or 2 streets in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, and other cities in the country to celebrate. Because sometimes we have names that even do not belong to us, that do not belong, Mr. Speaker, to the local people or local leadership, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ask with a lot of respect the government and even the county government to seize the moment and even name, Mr. Speaker, one of the streets after Mambo Mbotela Street, Mr. Speaker. And secondly, even the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication here, Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi, we should name it after Leonard Mambo Mbotela. We have branches of mass communication so that the young men and women who go and study journalism, Mr. Speaker, can go and learn how to be a good journalist. So that we don't have journalism that inside, Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed that every time I wake up and you see the national headlines of respectable newspapers inciting the nation or inciting Kenyans against the government of the day, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, say that you wonder what is the editorial policy of some of these media groups, Mr. Speaker. They put funny things, Mr. Speaker. One of them is Nairobian, Mr. Speaker. They are embarrassing members of long-standing, like my brother from Turkana and many other members, Mr. Speaker. I am asking myself, what is the editorial policy, Mr. Speaker, before publishing a screaming headline? Mr. Speaker, even yesterday they were saying that the government has moved payment in the nation to M-Pesa. But when the Ministry of Labor give the correct position, it was not there, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that, and this, I think Mambo Mbotela must be turning in his grave. Because the way media and editorial policy that we have must be one of the sensational, Mr. Speaker. That I read the headlines, you read the headline and the story. The headline says something different. You go to the story, it says something different, Mr. Speaker. Even in the reporting of the radio and news anchor, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether Is it, Mr. Speaker, is it Kenyans like negative news? Cite that all media houses have decided to just give out negative. You watch news, Mr. Speaker, from item number 1 to number 10 is only negative news. Somebody has been killed. Government people have demonstrated against. There is somebody whose wife has been murdered somewhere, Mr. Speaker. There is a church in Bomet called Bethel that is beating worshippers. There is somebody who is running away without clothes in Indian auction. And that is what we have glorified, Mr. Speaker. We must agree that in the spirit of protecting the independence of media, under Article 34 and 35, they must also be responsible. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are hesitant in regulating the media, because we believe they should have self-regulations, Mr. Speaker. I know of colleagues who have taken even media to court over misinformation, misrepresentation of facts, Mr. Speaker. And it is not hard. If you have to report anything, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask media, we respect, we celebrate them. They are a medium of communication. They communicate to the people. Mr. Speaker, as the proceedings on Kony, it is media that we rely on to communicate through national televisions or through local dialects, Mr. Speaker, so that we can see how the communication is being done. We must agree as a country, and I want to call upon the editors. And even, Mr. Speaker, you saw yesterday on many occasions, even in interviews, somebody is making, clearing misinformation, and the journalists are not seek for evidence to that effect, Mr. Speaker. So we must, I don't think in the spirit of Mambo Mbotela, envisage a media that can be used as a tool of incitement. He envisaged a media that could rely, accurate, verified, most importantly, and protecting the integrity of media in the country, Mr. Speaker. And I know we are not saying people should not criticize parliament or judiciary or any other sector, Mr. Speaker. We agree they have a role to play. But we must, as a country, ensure that we report, media reports accurate, verified, and information with integrity, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in the celebration of life of Mambo Mbotela, we celebrate. Now, we must do things that when Mambo Mbotela says, "Je ni u ni ungwana," we must carry ourselves as leaders with dignity, with respect, and we must build the nation. I think that was the clarion call of the late Mambo Mbotela, Mr. Speaker. I want to call upon national heroes to continue to award Mambo Mbotela posthumously, Mr. Speaker, with the highest honors, so that many young journalists that are with us at the moment can aspire to be at the level of Mambo Mbotela, Mr. Speaker. With those very many remarks, as I second, Mr. Speaker, is to wish the family of Mambo Mbotela the grace that surpasses human understanding, so that as they mourn one of their father, the husband, the grandfather, they also have a hope that the country continue to celebrate the great strides and remarks and achievement in the media industry. With those many remarks, I second, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fasiaya, we are waiting for you to take your seat. You may take your seat, Senator. Now, honorable senators, I will now propose the question. That are aware that the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela, a renowned media personality, passed away on the 7th of February 2025 at the age of 84, cognizant that he had an illustrious career in media spanning over 5 decades and was one of the most influential voices in Kenyan radio, especially through his long-running radio and television program, Je Hu Ni Ungwana. Further, cognizant that his command of the Kiswahili language kept Kenyans informed on many topics, while his exceptional football commentaries on radio brought joy to many people, and popularized the sport at a time when live football on television was rare. Appreciating the lasting legacy that he leaves in the media industry and the high esteem in which he was held by colleagues and persons from all walks of life, now, therefore, the Senate expresses its deep sadness at the death of Mr. Mbotela, records its celebration and appreciation of his remarkable life, and extends its heartfelt sympathy and condolences to his family, friends, and the nation. Now, honorable senators, the floor is open for contribution. Yes, Majority Leader, what is your point?
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 111 on limitation of debate. And the reason why I want us to limit debate is, number one, Mr. Speaker, this person has since been buried more than a month, I think, or 3 weeks. But that does not take away the great contribution he made to the country. Given that at 5 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, we know the event that many of us will be attending, then it will be in order if we limit debate so that as many people as possible get a chance to speak, Mr. Speaker. And if possible, maybe then looking at time that we hardly have barely just an hour, Mr. Speaker, if time permits, we see how many people can speak from both sides, Mr. Speaker. So I want to request that this debate be limited to 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, per speaker. I think three will be reasonable, Mr. Speaker. Two is by the time you you arise, 2 minutes are over. But 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we may do this procedurally or through consensus. So 3 minutes, each speaker speaking for not more than 3 minutes. Honorable senators, because we'd wish to hear all of you, especially those wishing to speak and looking at the business ahead, I would urge you, we stick with the 3 minutes. But again, this is in your hands. Do we then, by consensus, take 3 minutes as the time in for each senator speaking? So, honorable senators, I will call those who've indicated to speak, and the time as agreed should be not for more than 3 minutes. Are we good? We are spending more time on this matter, time that ought to have actually gone to the actual debate. So 3 minutes it is. Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa nataka kuchukua fursa hii kutuma risala zangu za rambirambi kwa familia, jamii na marafiki wa Leonard Mambo Mbotela. Bwana Spika, itakumbukwa kwamba mtangazaji Leonard Mambo Mbotela alikuwa ni gwiji wa Kiswahili. Nataka kusema ya kwamba mimi mwenyewe nilimwenzi, na pengine hata kukipenda Kiswahili ni kwa sababu yake na watangazaji wengine kama Billy Omara, mtangazaji Njuguna Gatei, pamoja na Mohamed Juma Njuguna na wale wengine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kusudi ya kumpenda ni kwa sababu yeye alifanya kazi nzuri ya kuikosoa jamii na kile kipindi chake cha Je, huu ni ungwana. Jambo ambalo lilionekana kwamba halikukubalika katika jamii, alikuwa ni mwepesi wa kukosoa na bila kuogopa, Bwana Spika. Na vile vile pengine kwa wakati ule aliweza kukosoa, pengine kama ninakumbuka kwa wakati mwingine wale wazee, wakati kulikuwa na wazee wamepewa bonus, Bwana Spika, na mzee alikwenda akajivinjari na mvinyo, hata hakwenda nyumbani na kutosomesha watoto. Bwana Spika alikuwa akiuliza, je, huu ni ungwana kwa nyinyi wazee? Baada ya watoto na mama kufanya kazi ngumu, lakini baada ya kupokea malipo unapata hakuna manufaa yote. Bwana Spika, na hayo maswali pengine angelikuwa hivi leo angeliuliza, je, huu ni ungwana kwa wakulima wa Narok kufanya kazi ngumu, Bwana Spika, ya kukuza ngano na hatimaye kutoweza kuuza ile ngano yao? Bwana Spika, je, huu ni ungwana? Bwana Spika, hayo ni maswali ambayo aliyafanya kwa kuweza kuikosoa jamii. Bwana Spika, si hivyo peke yake. Bwana Spika, aliweza kutangaza mpira, na vile alivyokuwa akitangaza mpira, vile alivyokuwa akitohoa maneno, Bwana Spika, niliweza kujua mambo mengi pale, kwa sababu alisema hasa sisi wa Kikuyu tuna ile shida ya maharaja. Aliweza kufafanua vile ambavyo ungeweza uweze kutoadhiriwa na lugha ya mama, hiyo ndio maharaja. Naona Senator wa Mombasa ananiangalia. Kwa hivyo aliweza kuelezea vile ambavyo ungeweza kuongea lugha ya Kiswahili, na pengine nikamuiga na nikaweza kupata mambo mawili au matatu. Bwana Spika, nikimalizia nakumbuka vile ambavyo alikuwa akitoa taarifa zake, Bwana Spika, na vile alivyokuwa akiongea. Nakumbuka akisema vile ambavyo Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya alipokuwa mwaka wa 1982, wakati yeye mwenyewe alipokuwa KBC na ama VOK, na vile alivyoshambuliwa, Bwana Spika, aliweza kusimulia, na ukisikia akisimulia ile hadithi, Bwana Spika, unaipenda, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo siku ya leo sisi tunamsherekea na tunamwenzi, pengine vile senator wa Nandi alivyosema.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues in celebrating the life of an illustrious career person in the media fraternity, the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela. We celebrate him because of the legacy he leaves behind. Honorable Speaker, we remain very proud of him. We thank God he lived up to the last years of his life, and we continue to condole with the family. As I celebrate him, Honorable Speaker, we celebrate him because of the influential voice he had all over in the radio. And along with him, we have had also influential voices like him, the late Agao Potrovas, the late Senator Ben Olwoch Okello, who died a while a member of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, we remain very proud of Mambo Mbotela. Each one of us at that point grew knowing that voice. Even when you are not very close to the radio, to the TV, you could identify the voice from very far, Honorable Speaker. And on the same note, Honorable Speaker, I celebrate some of the illustrious people we've had in my community, the late Owino Misiani, who was a singer, a musician, the late Oguta Bobo, the late Ayan Joey. A number of you might not have been part of the enjoyment our communities had over the musicians have been mentioned, but there were people that were common in the media then. Honorable Speaker, I celebrate Leonard Mambo Mbotela, and we continue to condole with the family. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Karungo.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa hii nafasi pia kuleta masikitiko yangu pamoja na kujiunga na wabunge wenzangu tukitoa rambirambi zetu. Na Bwana Spika, nimesikia Senator Cherargei akisema labda tungekuwa na shule yaitwa Mambo Mbotela, labda tungekuwa na barabara yaitwa Mambo Mbotela. Hiyo iko sawa, lakini kwa sasa ile inaweza fanyika kwa haraka ni sisi wote tukijadilia hii hoja. Bwana Spika, tuongee kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ambaye Mambo Mbotela mwenyewe alikuwa anatumia kutangaza. Na ninaposema hivyo, Bwana Spika, tulipokuwa tunakuwa, huyu muungwana alikuwa kielelezo cha kuigwa. Sababu sisi ama mimi baada ya masomo yangu niliingia katika chuo kusomea utangazaji. Na mimi nimekuwa mtangazaji kwa miaka zaidi ya 7, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ni kusema alikuwa kielelezo cha kuigwa, na wengi tulikuwa tunapenda vile alikuwa anatangaza, Bwana Spika. Ufasaha wake katika lugha ya Kiswahili, wengi wetu vile seneta wa Laikipia amesema, sisi ambao tumetoka katika mlima tuko na ile shida ya L na R, Bwana Speaker. Na unaona wiki iliyopita iliniweka kwa shida. Wakati nilisema routing, kumbe nilisema looting, kumbe nilikuwa namaanisha routing. Ikaniweka kwa shida, lakini vile tulikuwa tuamsikiza, tulikuwa twamuiga kusoma habari vile anasoma. Tunamsikiza akiuliza, je, huu ni ungwana? Tunazunguka kwa kijiji, Bwana Speaker, tukisema vile vile. Kwa hivyo alitusaidia sisi ambao tulikuwa tunamsikiliza kurekebisha ama kufanya Kiswahili chetu kiwe Kiswahili sanifu, Bwana Speaker. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema pole kwa familia, lakini ningejiuliza kama ningekuwa najua hii hoja ilikuwa yaja leo, tungeweka watu wengine wengi kule ndani ambao pia walifanya huduma kwa hii taifa, kama Wafula Chebukati tungemweka pale, sababu pia yeye amefanya huduma katika hii taifa, Bwana Speaker. Tungeongezea wengine na tuweze kuleta masikitiko yetu na pia kuleta rambirambi zetu. Kwa hivyo naunga hoja mkono, Bwana Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza acha nimkosoe kiongozi wa wengi kwamba haijachukua siku zaidi ya 10 tangu tumzike Mheshimiwa Leonard Mambo Botela. Tulimlaza pale Lang'ata tarehe 15 mwezi huu, na najua kiongozi wa wengi labda hiyo tarehe inakuchanganya kwa sababu ulikuwa katika maeneo ya Addis kwa shughuli nzima ya uchaguzi wa AUC. Mimi mnavyojua ni mtu wa mkono wa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Mimi nilisalia hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, na tukajiunga pamoja na wakilishi wa kina mama wa kaunti ya Nairobi, Mheshimiwa Esther Passaris, pamoja na familia ya mwenda zake Leonard Mambo Botela katika maombi pale katika All Saints Cathedral, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ilikuwa ni siku ambayo sote tulimkumbuka huyu shujaa wa utangazaji wa habari katika taifa letu hili la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kinachonishangaza ni kwamba unamkuta seneta kama Mheshimiwa Cherargei anatumia fursa hii ambayo tunachukua kumenzi mtangazaji mkuu katika taifa letu kuingilia ama kuwakosoa wale waandishi wa habari. Mheshimiwa, habari unazochagua kuona wewe ni up to you. Yani ni wewe mwenyewe utachagua ile channel utataka, kwa sababu wakati ambapo tunakuwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, utakumbuka kwamba kulikuwa na kituo kimoja pekee cha matangazo na nilikuwa ni kituo cha Mama na Baba. Lakini kwa sasa kuna vituo vingi. Kama unaona kuna kimoja ambacho habari zake zinakukera, basi una huyo uhuru wa kubadilisha na kutazama kubadilisha mitabendi walivyokuwa wakisema. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ninavyojua kwamba zile stesheni za matangazo zitatangaza matukio jinsi ambavyo yalifanyika, kwa sababu kama leo Sifuna alirushwa nje ya nyumba la Senate, hautarajii kwamba waseme hakurushwa nje. Kwa hivyo tuweze kuvipa vituo vyetu vya matangazo nguvu ya kuweza kufanya kazi zao. Honorable Speaker, mstahiki Speaker, unajua tulikuweko na pendekezo mwaka 2007 kwamba tuwe na Heroes Corner pale katika kiwanja chetu cha Uhuru Gardens. Na nimesema hapa mara nyingi ya kwamba kiwanja hicho kilitwaliwa na jeshi na mpaka kufikia sasa hatujaweza kufanya kazi hiyo ya kuweka Heroes Corner pale. Pia kuna sheria inaitwa Kenya Heroes Act, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ambayo inasema kwamba tuwatunze na kutoa njia ya kuwatunza hawa ambao ni mashujaa wetu. Nilishtuka sana, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuona yule ambaye ni speaker mwenzako katika nyumba la kitaifa akisema kwamba ameshangazwa na kusikia kwamba Leonard Mambo amezikwa katika makafani ama makaburi ya Lang'ata. Mheshimiwa, sheria hiyo inataka bunge, yani sisi, tutoe fedha ili kuweza kuwasaidia hawa mashujaa wetu. Hamna mtu mwingine mwenye kupewa hilo jukumu. Kwa hivyo spika wa ile bunge la kitaifa pamoja na wale ambao wanaratibu pesa zetu jinsi ambavyo zinatumiwa, waweke fedha katika hii Heroes Act ama Heroes Support Fund ili waweze kupata hiyo support ambayo watu wanasema wanahitaji kupata. Kwa hivyo kwa ajili ya kumenzi huyu shujaa wetu, basi ni lazima tuangalie hii sheria.
30 seconds. Just give the honorable senator another.
Naam, Mheshimiwa Spika, anasema sisi kama bunge, ili tusije hapa tena kulalama jinsi ambavyo mashujaa wengine wanatelekezwa, tuweze kuweka fedha kwani katika mwaka huu, bajeti ya mwaka huu, kwa sababu tuko katika hiyo cycle ya bajeti. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza na Spika la Bunge la Kitaifa, hata hapa tuweke pesa kwa ajili ya hii National Heroes Assistance Fund ili tusije kupigwa na butwaa jinsi ambavyo nilimuona Mheshimiwa Wetangula akishtuka. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Bwana Spika, mstahiki Spika, najumuika na wenzangu maseneta katika kutoa rambirambi na pia kumshabikia huyu mwanahabari ambaye ni tajika sana katika taifa letu la Kenya kwa kazi yake aliyofanya kwa ustadi hadi kufikia alipofikia, kwamba nafikiri kila mwanafunzi wa masomo ya wanahabari wale waliokuwa wakati ambapo walikuwa kazini na hata wakati alipostaafu, Bwana Spika, walikuwa wanatamani wafanye kazi alivyofanya yeye. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, najumuika na wenzangu kwa kutoa pole zetu kama bunge la taifa la Senate. Ya pili, kujumuika na Wakenya wote ambao walimshabikia na kusema asante sana Heko, shujaa wetu, kwa kazi yako ambayo umeifanya kwa hali ambayo imewafurahisha Wakenya wote, na kusema kweli hapa kulikuwa na mwanahabari. Si kila siku Bwana Spika ambapo tunapata mtu ambaye baada ya kutuaga watu wanashabukia na kusema huyo katika kazi zake alifanya kweli ilivyotakikana. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, kukitokea mambo kama hayo, ndiposa taifa la Senate, pengine kuna wengi wanajiuliza itakuwaje baada ya siku karibu 10 vile tulivyoelezwa na kiongozi seneta wa Nairobi kwamba imekuwa ni siku 10 tangu walipomlaza, ndiposa bunge inazungumzia masuala haya. Ni kwa sababu kazi yake nafikiri hata baada ya karne 10 bado itakuwa inakumbukwa katika taifa hili. La mwisho Bwana Spika, nimesikia wengi wa maseneta pengine wakitoa mawazo kwamba ingekuwa vizuri kama tungekuwa na kona ya kuwashabikia mashujaa wetu la kitaifa. Lakini hata sisi kama seneti Bwana Spika, imefikia mahali ambapo tunafaa kuwa na kumbukumbu yetu sisi kama seneti wenyewe, hata si bunge pekee, si bunge kwa jumla, sisi kama seneti ya Wakenya ama binadamu yoyote ambaye wamefanya mambo ambaye sisi kwa kimo chetu kama seneti tunaona kwamba wamechangia kufikia mahali inabidi tuwakumbuke. Katika lugha ya Kimombo yaitwa Hall of Fame, yani pahali ukielekea katika institution mbalimbali Bwana Spika duniani, unapata kuwa huwa wana sehemu ambayo wametenga na kusema kulingana na sisi tunaona bwana fulani amefanya mambo yake vizuri mpaka inabidi sisi kama chuo ama kama wizara ama kama pahali popote Bwana Spika tuwe na kona yetu ya kuwakumbuka watu kama hao. Imefika mahali ambapo lazima tuwakumbuke wale ambao wametoa mchango mkubwa katika kuhakikisha taifa letu Bwana Spika limekuwa bora, na tuanze hapo na wale waliojitolea kuhakikisha kwamba tuna ugatuzi. Tuandike tuseme huyu ni nambari ya kwanza ni fulani na fulani, tunajua mchango wake katika kuhakikisha Kenya una ugatuzi, na pengine wale wamezidi katika miaka ya baadaye kuhakikisha kwamba ugatuzi umekita mizizi, kisha ndiposa tukifikia kwa shabiki.
Senator Oburu Odinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to give a word on the demise of my friend, Leonard Mambo Motela. This great man of Kenya came from very, very humble backgrounds, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, this man came from the background of those slaves who were freed and brought to Kenya to some place called Freetown. And Mr. Speaker, they came from that humble background, and one of his uncles was a councillor here in Nairobi. And there is an estate here in Nairobi called Motela Estate. Mr. Speaker, sir, this man started also from very junior ranks in the KBC. They used to call them Voice of Kenya. And he grew up through the ranks. He grew up through the ranks to become so famous, Mr. Speaker, that everybody in Kenya knew who Leonard Mambo Motela was. Mr. Speaker, one day in 1982, there was a coup in this country. Mr. Speaker, I woke up at 6 o'clock. I was in Mombasa. That time I used to work in Mombasa. And a sister-in-law of mine woke me up and told me, Oburu, have you heard there is a change of government? He told me, just open your radio. You will hear what is happening. And I heard the voice of Leonard Mambo Motela. And I thought, this thing is complete. If Leonard Mambo Motela can announce this event and say, polisi wawe raia, polisi wakai kama raia, then immediately I came out of my house, which was in the center of town, and I saw at Makupa police station, all the policemen were walking there in civilian clothes, just what Motela had said. So, but then things started changing by 12. So, but he kept on. People thought he was involved in the coup. Leonard Mambo Motela was not involved in that coup. He was actually hijacked by those people and made to make those announcements which he made. So I think this needs to be cleared, that Leonard Mambo Motela was part of the coup, was not part of the coup, but he made that announcement. And his announcement on the Ungwana,
Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And let me also take this chance to offer my deepest condolences to the family of the late Leonard Mambo Motela, one who preceded other key anchors in the news sector today, or in the media sector today, who preceded the likes of Karo Mutoko with a commanding voice, and who brought into the nation the culture of honor. When we were growing up, Honorable Speaker, that is what we saw. His voice was synonymous to radio. We could not tell the difference between Leonard Mambo's voice and the radio itself because they looked as though they were Siamese twins. Honorable Speaker, he brought such a culture of honor, an honor which I wish was carried along by other anchors who came over our radios and over our media stations. Every time there was a certain culture that went off against the African principles, value system, he was quick to ask the people, Je, hu ni ungwana? He actually did a lot of correction on our morals over the radio, and everybody respected this gentleman. It is sad to imagine that where he's buried today may not have been distinctively marked for him. He may not have received the honor he should have received because he introduced that culture, and he deserved to have an icon of honor even at his departure. We pray for his family that the legacy that he left in this nation, the legacy that he planted in very many of us, will live on, and that they will have a beaming light in that family that will carry on the rich legacy that Leonard Mambo Motela left with us, Honorable Speaker. And I hope one of the young anchors will be able to pick and see the kind of work that was begun by Leonard Mambo Motela, pick it up and help the younger generation to work with that program of J, hu ni ungwana. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The minority leader. The minority leader.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, jambo la kwanza nataka kusema ni kuwatakia kila laheri wale wajane walioachwa nyuma, kwa wao na watoto wao na wajukuu wao na vitukuu vyao, kwamba tuna imani ya kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu atalaza imani ya marehemu mahali pema walipolala wema. Bwana Spika, namfahamu Leonard kwa miaka mingi. Alikuwa ni mtu mungwana. Hata hilo jambo la kusema kwamba je, huu ni ungwana, ni kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe alikuwa na tabia zake ambazo alikuwa na tabia tunaweza sema ni za heshima, na kama ni za heshima basi zilikuwa za ungwana. Alikuwa si mtu wa kutaka mambo ya fujo fujo. Alikuwa yeye saa zote ni mtu anajaribu kuencourage society ama jamii ili iwe inaweza kutenda vyema katika maisha yao. Bwana Spika, kijiji kinachoitwa Freetown kule Kisauni ambako wale wazee wake walikotoka, mzee Mambo mwenyewe, ni kusema ni mahali pa heshima. Japokuwa siku hizi kumekuwa na watu wengi, lakini mahali pa Freetown panajulikana mpaka hivi sasa alipoweza kuzaliwa. Jambo ambalo tunaweza kufanya kukumbuka kwamba kulikuwa na shujaa Leonard Mambo Mbotela ni kwamba serikali iweze kuangalia kama itakuwa ni barabara moja. Vile tunaona mashujaa wetu wengi hapa wamepewa majina katika hizi barabara za Nairobi. Spika, Leonard Mambo ameishi Nairobi wakati wake mwingi sana, na ingekuwa jambo zuri ikiwa hapa Nairobi ndugu yetu Sakaja akiwa kama governor wa Nairobi kushirikiana na wenzake waweze kutafuta barabara nzuri ambayo inaweza kujulikana watu kila wakati wote, kama vile Harry Thuku Road ama Jomo Kenyatta Avenue ama barabara yoyote, ili kuona kwamba hata baada ya miaka mingapi itakayokuja ikipita, jina la Leonard Mambo Mbotela liwe litaweza kujulikana. Na ikiwa hatutafanya hivyo, basi itakuwa si ungwana, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe hapo alipo atauliza, je, ni huu ungwana? Ikiwa mimi niliwatendea haya yote, nikawa nawaeleza njia ya kwenda ni ipi, leo hata hamwezi kunikumbuka katika miaka yangu niliokuwa na nyinyi na nikajaribu kutengeza mazuri. Hayo maswali itabidi tujibu. Na sasa
...30 seconds, leader, to conclude.
Kukosa kujibu haya maswali, naona suluhu kubwa ni kuona kwamba tumeweza kumkabidhi barabara fulani iitwe jina lake, ili jina lake liweze kuishi kwa muda mrefu katika Wakenya. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Esi.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Ningependa nami kumkumbuka marehemu Mambo Mbotela na kutuma pole zangu kwenye familia, na kama taifa tunazidi kumkumbuka. Nilikutana na Mambo Mbotela mwaka uliopita nilipokuwa nikifuatilia mambo ya shujaa huko Kisii Morang'iti, na nilipoenda katika afisi zile za National Heroes Council nilimpata pale, na siku hiyo walikuwa wameitenga ili kunipokea. Nilifurahishwa na jinsi ambayo nilipokelewa pale, na mzee Mambo Mbotela alikuwa mmoja wa wale ambao waliniita na kuomba tuweze kupigwa picha pamoja nikikabidhiwa ile award ambayo Morang'iti alikuwa amepewa. Kwa hayo nitamkumbuka kama kiongozi ambaye anakuwa, na ninajua hivi sasa tuna waandishi kwenye habari ambao wanazungumzia mambo tofauti tofauti. Huko Kisii kuna ambaye anajaribu kumkaribia, huwa ana kipindi kama hicho katika redio ya Egesa, anaitwa Sorobi Moturi, lakini yeye ana kipindi kama hicho cha Jeu ni ungwana lakini kwa lugha ya Kikisii. Ningependa kumtambua pia na wengi ambao wanafuata hatua hizi za marehemu Mambo Mbotela. Mwenyezi Mungu airaze roho yake pema peponi. Asante.
Senator Olekina.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ungwana kumlazimisha what do you call a whip? What do you call a whip?
Senator Ledama, choose your language and stick to it.
Mheshimiwa Spika, je, huu ni ungwana kumlazimisha kiranja walio wachache kuzungumza Kiswahili? Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii tunaweka kumbukumbu ya milele tukimkumbuka Leonard Mambo Mbotela, mtangazaji ambaye Kenya hii tutamkumbuka akuwa mmoja wao ambaye alitumia ucheshi ili kuweza kutukosoa katika maadili yetu kama wana Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka vizuri kabisa ya kwamba nilisoma ya kwamba mwaka wa 1982 wakati wa mapinduzi ya Kenya alilazimika, aliwekwa bunduki hapa, akalazimishwa kusema kwamba serikali imebadilika. Lakini pia alipomaliza aliuliza, je, huu ni ungwana? Kumaanisha ya kwamba tunaweza kweli kutumia ucheshi ili kuweza kukosoa wa Kenya kwa ile mambo ambayo tunafanya. Ni lazima Mheshimiwa Spika, tuhakikishe ya kwamba hizi kumbukumbu ambazo tunaziweka za milele si kumbukumbu ambazo zitabaki kule katika Lang'ata Cemetery. Mimi ningeomba kabisa Kenya hii tuweze kuwaenzi na kuwaheshimu watu ambaye wamejitolea ili kujaribu kutuweka vizuri kama wananchi. Lazima hiyo mwili yake iende ichimbuliwe na iwekwe mahali ambaye Wakenya wote watakumbuka kwa miaka nenda miaka rudi. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii nikisimama hapa, mimi nilimuenzi sana mpaka nikaenda nikasomea uandishi wa habari. Nilipokuwa kule Marekani, jambo ya kwanza ni ambaye nilisomea ni uandishi wa Marekani, na hiyo ilikuwa ni kwa sababu nilikuwa na muenzi aliyetuacha ambaye tunaweka kumbukumbu zake sasa, Leonard Mambo Mbotela. So Mheshimiwa Spika, ningetakia familia yake, majamii wake wote na Wakenya wote heri na fanaka wakiweza kuzungumza na kuweza kuweka hii kumbukumbu ya milele. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante Senator Olekina. Senator Karen Nyamu.
Asante sana Spika. Mimi namkumbuka marehemu Leonard Mambo Mbotela kama mtu mwanahabari ambaye aliongea Kiswahili bora sana na kitamu. Ungesamehewa kufikiria ama kudhani ametoka pwani la Kenya. Nikiwa mtoto mdogo, nakumbuka wazazi wangu waliweka kwenye redio hiki kipindi chake Leonard Mambo Mbotela, na ilitubidi upende usipende ungekaa na umsikize. Na hapo ndipo nilikuja kuwa mwenyewe kufurahia hicho kipindi, na nilikuwa na look forward. Faki anaweza tuambia hivyo ni kusema aje? Natarajia sana, je, hiyo kipindi kingine atakuwa anazungumzia nini? Na alikuwa analenga sana tabia za jamii. Na nakumbuka kitu ambayo ama tabia ambayo yeye alikuwa ameiongelelea. Kwa akili yangu nilikuwa nikienda nikiangalia ama nikiobserve watu wazima, saa hiyo nikiwa mtoto, kama watu wanafanya vitu za ungwana katika ile yeye alikuwa ameiweka iwe kiwango ya ungwana. Na kwa hivyo alichangia pakubwa sana kuweza kuunda tabia za kijamii, na hiyo ni aspect ambayo inakosa sana kwa journalism, kwa utendakazi wa redio na TV. Tungependa wale ambao wako kwa hii industry waweze kujua wana impact vipi society, na wa impact positive, sio kutumiwa na wanasiasa na watu wengine kwa sababu ya fedha. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hamida.
Asante mstahiki Speaker. Na mimi pia nataka kuomboleza, kutoa rambirambi zangu na kuunga mkono ndugu zangu kwa hichi kifo cha mzee wetu mtaalam wa Kiswahili, mwandishi na mwanahabari Bwana Mambo Mbotela. Bwana Spika, siwezi kusahau kuwa juzi ni kama alikuja kukuaga. Alikuja, tukazungumza na tukapiga picha pamoja. Na nakumbuka nikimchezea, nikimwambia na hapa kuna ungwana. Akaniambia hapa kuna ungwana kwa Bwana Spika, manake amenikaribisha. Na kusema kweli, yani kila nikikumbuka chozi linanitoka kwa kumkumbuka. Kwa hivyo wewe pia Bwana Spika, nafikiria pia utashukuru kuwa alipata nafasi ya kuja kuzungumza na wewe na kukuaga pia. Bwana Spika, Bwana Leonard alitutumbiza sana sote tukiwa nyumbani. Tulikuwa tukijikusanya sote, tuasubiri tu hicho kipindi chake cha redio na TV. Na alitufundisha Kiswahili pia, hapo pia tulikuwa tukijaribu kujifunza naye Kiswahili. Bwana Mbotela ameacha urithi mkubwa Bwana Spika. Ameacha urithi wa tasnia ya uandishi na wanahabari Bwana Spika. Nakumbuka pia vile Seneta Oburu nasema alilazimika kutangaza kupitia televisheni kuwa nchi imepinduliwa kwa mwaka 1982, na alikuwa na roho nzito sana, na ilikuwa ni kitu kikubwa sana kwake, kwa yeye kuja kushikwa kwa nguvu kuweza kutangaza. Mchango wake Bwana Spika utakumbukwa sana Bwana Mbotela. Utakumbukwa kwa njia yoyote ile ya kuendeleza vizazi na vizazi vijavyo kipindi chake, na yeye kuwa alikuwa kwenye tasnia kubwa ya kutuonyesha kuwa wanahabari wake. Mimi tunamwombea Mungu, na nitaomba serikali kuwa iwafadhili familia yake Bwana Mbotela nafasi yoyote kwenye serikali, na iwasaidie, na pia kuna mjane pia ameachwa hapo. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu ailaze roho yake mahala pema, tutasema peponi penye wema. Asante.
Senator Asa Boy.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi pia kunipa fursa hii niweze kuchangia kuhusu mzee wetu Leonard Mambo Mbotela, ambaye alikuwa ni mtu maarufu sana akijulikana katika nchi hii na pia katika nchi za East Africa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nakumbuka tukiwa wadogo, zamani ilikuwa TV KBC, wakati wa KBC ilikuwa kifunguliwa nafikiri kwa saa 11 12 hivi. Ikifika saa 3 KBC ishafungwa zamani. Siku hizo sisi tukiwa wadogo. Sasa wakati kabla habari za saa 1, saa nyingine kwa kiletwa na Mambo Mbotela akisoma habari. Basi Mheshimiwa Spika, yani ni mzee mmoja ambaye alikuwa akijulikana sana na sifa zake vizuri sana. Mimi naomba hivi, kama yeye watu wanavyojua kwamba yeye marehemu Leonard Mambo Mbotela ni mtu ambaye alizaliwa sehemu za Freetown, naomba tu hawa Senator wa Mombasa, Senator Mohamed Faki, na Governor wa Mombasa, na wale wabunge wa Mombasa hasa wa Kisauni, ile shule ambayo inaitwa Freetown wangekaa wakabadilisha jina ikaitwa Leonard Mambo Mbotela Primary School, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe kwao ni Freetown. Natarajia Mheshimiwa Spika, naona itakuwa si vibaya sana ile shule ikibadilishwa jina ikiitwa jina Leonard Mambo Mbotela Primary School Freetown, ambapo lile jina litakuwa litaendelea milele na milele mpaka vizitukuu watakaozaliwa watakumbuka kwamba shule ile kulikuwa na shujaa ambaye alikuwa kitangaza katika marudio na alifariki kwa jina la Leonard Mambo Mbotela. Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema la kweli ni mzee mmoja ambaye alikuwa kijulikana sana. Mimi nakumbuka pia kulikuwa na wengine kina Ali Salim Manga, wale ambao mpaka sasa yuko hai, ambaye yeye ni mtangazaji maarufu sana. Kina Sami Lui ambao walikuwa ni maarufu, wamebobea, wako paka leo, wamestaafu lakini bado wanatambulikana. Kwa hivyo sitaki kusema mengi Mheshimiwa Spika, bali naomba Senator Mombasa, Senator Faki aweze kukazana sana na Governor wa Mombasa Abdul Samad, waweze kubadilisha ile shule pamoja na MCA wa Mombasa, wapitishe kwamba ile shule ambayo iko Freetown ibadilishwe iitwe Leonard Mambo Mbotela Primary School. Kwa haya machache Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana.
Senator Senator Eddy.
Ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni umerudi katika jumba hili, na wacha nichukue fursa hii mstahili Spika, ili nikupe pole zangu, kwa sababu sasa tuko katika jumba ambao ulikuwa unatusaidia kuendelea na kazi zetu hapa, kwa vile ulipoteza baba yako, na naomba Mungu kwamba atakupoza roho. Ya pili, Bwana Spika, na huwa na kama kijana mdogo katika nchi, huwa nashindwa sana kama tutakuwa na wakati sisi kama Wakenya tutakuwa na maadili mema. Ukiangalia katika katiba yetu sura ya 6 kuna maadili pale ambao tunaashiria ili siku moja Wakenya wanaweza kuwa na maadili mema. Hii ndio mimi ningependa kumkumbuka nayo marehemu Leonard Mambo Mbotela, kwa sababu ile kipindi ambao Leonard Mambo Mbotela alikuwa anafanya tukiwashiria, haikuwa kipindi tu, ilikuwa kipindi ambacho ilikuwa inaangazia maadili ya jamii, kwamba licha na kuwa na serikali, licha na kuwa na polisi, inawezekana ili jamii ikuwe na maadili mema. Ile kipindi ya huu ni ungwana, mimi kuwa kipindi tu kwangu, hata ingawaje sikuwa nimeenda nao nikikuwa ni kipindi ambacho vile nimeangalia katika YouTube na nimeona watu wakiashiria kwa wingi, nimeona kwamba ni kipindi ambacho kilikuwa kinajaribu kuangazia maneno ya maadili mema katika jamii. Na ukiangalia katika nchi yetu, Bwana Spika, leo watu wana maadili kabisa katika jamii. Ukianza kwanza na wanasiasa, tumekuwa watu ambao tuko na changamoto kubwa sana, hasa ukiangalia mambo ya kuwa watu wenye tamaa katika jamii. Kuna mengi sana tunaweza soma kulingana na yale mafunzo ambao Leonard Mambo alikuwa nayo, kwa watu ambao kwa siasa, kwa watu ambao wako kwa siasa, wafanyi biashara, watu ambao ni watu wa pikipiki. Siku hizi Bwana Spika, hata ukienda katika barabara zetu unapata hata watu wa matatu hawana taadhima, watu hawana ile tunaita utu katika barabara, na hizi ndio vitu ambao Leonard Mambo alikuwa anaongelea. Sasa mimi wakati tunamuomboleza huyu ndugu wetu, naombea familia yake mema, na naomba kwamba Mungu awafariji, lakini kama taifa ile mali kubwa ambayo ametuachia ni tuashirie yale alikuwa anasema wakati ule katika kipindi chake, na tukue watu ambao wana tamaa, sio ya kuwa
30 seconds, you conclude your thoughts.
Vile nimesema, Bwana Spika, asante sana kwa hiyo. Nasema kwamba kama jamii tusikuwe watu ambao kuna tamaa ya vitu vyetu binafsi kama mali, ilhali tuwe watu ambao wako na tamaa ya kukua na maadili mema ya kujenga jamii ambao kila mtu huenda akakuwa ako na usawa wa kuishi kama binadamu. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Wacha pia nichukue nafasi hii kutoa risala za rambirambi kwa mwendasake Mbotela, pia kutoa risala za rambirambi kwa Mheshimiwa wetu Spika kwa kupoteza baba mzazi, na niseme ya kwamba poleni sana, na najua tumepoteza viongozi ambaye wamefanya kazi ya kuifunza jamii na hata kuitunza familia. Hadi siku ya leo tunaweza kushuhudia matunda ambayo walifanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikichukua nafasi ya kipekee ni kusema ya kwamba Mheshimiwa mwendasake Mbotela alikuwa na kipindi ambaye aliweza kuwafunza Wakenya mambo mengi ambayo kwa saa huu ningependa kusema ya kwamba kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea ambaye anastua jamii na hata nchi kwa ujumla kwa tabia na mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea mtandaoni, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo hata saizi ningependa kusema hakuna ama mtu wa kuarudi tabia ambayo watu wengi wanaenda kinyume na matakwa ya kijiji ama ya jamii. Hivyo basi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema ya kwamba Mwendasake Mbotela alifanya kazi nzuri pia katika mambo ya michezo. Alichangia sana kwa mambo ya michezo, na ningependa kusema ya kwamba tumempoteza mtu mashuhuri sana. Hivyo basi ningependa kusema pole kwa familia na kwa nchi nzima. Asanteni Mheshimiwa Spika.
Now, honorable senators will proceed to put the question. That aware that the late Leonard Mambo Motela, a renowned media personality, passed away on the 7th of February 2025 at the age of 84. Clerk, before I proceed to conclude the putting of the question, kindly proceed to confirm if we have the requisite quorum. Senator Sifuna? Oh, Senator Mazayo, just approach the chair. Senator Faki, you may proceed to reply before I put the question.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza ningependa kuwashukuru na kuwapongeza maseneta wote ambao wameweza kuchangia hoja hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kupongeza na kuwashukuru maseneta wafuatao: Seneta Cherargei, Seneta Kinyua, Seneta Beatrice Ogola, Seneta Thangwa, Seneta Sifuna, Seneta Cheriot, Seneta Mazayo, Seneta Maina, Seneta Olekina, Seneta Nyamu, Seneta Hamida, Seneta Edi na Seneta Joyce kwa mchango wao na Seneta Uburu kwa mchango wao katika hoja hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wazi kwamba mchango wa mwenda zake Leonard Mambo Motela ulikuwa ni mkubwa sana kwa taifa letu, na hivyo basi itakuwa si sawa kwa kusifanywe jambo lolote ambalo litaweza kuliweka jina lake katika nyoyo zetu milele. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, Seneta Boy wa Kwale amesema kuwa shule ya Freetown ambayo iko katika kaunti ya Mombasa itajwe jina la mwenda zake Leonard Mambo Motela. Vile vile pia pale Freetown iko hall ambayo pia yaweza kutajwa jina la mwenda zake. Mheshimiwa Spika, na hapa Nairobi pia, kwa sababu Nairobi ni mahali ambapo amekaa na akafanya kazi katika umri wake wote. Kwa hivyo hapa pia ipo haja ya kuwa na kigezo ambacho kitatumika kukumbuka jina lake. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuiombea roho yake ilale mahala pema peponi. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, honorable senators. I'll now proceed to put the question. Senator Omtata, kindly take your seat. Senator Sigei. The question is as follows: that aware that the late Leonard Mambo Motela, a renowned media personality, passed away on the 7th of February 2025 at the age of 84, cognizant that he had an illustrious career in the media spanning over 5 decades and was one of the most influential voices in Kenyan radio, especially through his long-running radio and television program, Jehu Nyungwana. Further, cognizant that his command of the Kiswahili language kept Kenyans informed of many topics, while his exceptional football commentaries on radio brought joy to many people and popularized the sport at a time when live football on television was rare. Appreciating the lasting legacy that he leaves in the media industry and the high esteem in which he was held by colleagues and persons from all walks of life, now, therefore, the Senate expresses its deep sadness at the death of Mr. Mbotela, records its celebration and appreciation of his remarkable life, and extends its heartfelt sympathy and condolences to his family, friends, and the nation. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, before we move to the next order, I have this communication to make, honorable senators. As you may recall, at the afternoon sitting of the Senate held on Wednesday, the 20th of February 2025, the Senator for Vihiga County, Senator Godfrey Osotsi, CBS, rose on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 1051 to require the Senator for Busia County, Senator Okia Omtata MP, to substantiate statements made in the course of a debate. The utterances by Senator Omtata MP were made while the Senator was contributing to the motion on the thanks of the Senate on Kenya's attempt for the position of the chairperson of the African Union Commission. In the point of order, Senator Osotsi MP stated as follows: I think it is important for us to be told more about this janjaweed. My little knowledge about janjaweed is that it is a terrorist group that operates in the Saheli region of Sudan, Chad, and Yemen. Senator Okiya Omtata, whom I respect a lot, and I know he has a lot of information, has said that they have opened an office in Kenya. I think it is a serious matter that even I, as a representative of the people, would like to know more about that. The senator further stated that have these people opened an office in Kenya, and what action can we take as the representatives of the people? If indeed they're in Kenya, and I do not want to doubt what Senator Mtata is saying, because he has always proven whatever he says, he has researched very well, I think I need to know more about that. From a reading of the Hansard, the statements that Senator Omtata MP was required to substantiate were as follows, and I'll quote: here we are, that today in Nairobi we have the Janjaweed being allowed to open an office. This is a genocidal organ that tried to eliminate black people. It is now on record, it is a matter of public notoriety that the Janjaweed, which has now been given an office in Nairobi to operate from, has a history of trying to eliminate black people. The executive behaves like it is a law unborn itself. That is why the Janjaweed can be given an office in Nairobi at the whims of an individual and claim that the people of Kenya have welcomed the Janjaweed to come and run its genocidal government from Nairobi. It is extremely sad, end of quote. Now, honorable senators, Standing Order 1051 states as follows: a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. Further, Standing Order 1052 states as follows: if a senator has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegation instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives a suitable apology. Honorable senators, various senators rose to make comments on the point of order raised by Senator Osotsi MP, including Senator Eddie Okech, who further sought the intervention of the Speaker to require Senator Omtata MP to give evidence that indeed the Janjaweed is based in Kenya or otherwise has an office in Nairobi. 2, Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale, MP, who gave information in support of Senator Omtata's argument that the Janjaweed is a terrorist group that operates in the Sahel region of Africa. And 3, Senator Samson Chirange, MP, who informed the Senate on how the Janjaweed came to be and its metamorphosis to the Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Other senators who made comments to the point of order included Senator John Kinyo, MP, Senator John Methu, MP, Senator Okongo Omgeni, CBS Senior Counsel, MP. Honorable Senators, Senator Omtata's response to the point of order by Senator Osotsi, MP, was to refer the Senate to a URL, https://www.cfr.org/global-conflict-tracker/conflict-power-struggle-Sudan, despite being directed severally by the chair to submit the same as evidence for substantiation with the clerks at the table. His argument was that he had provided a URL as evidence for substantiation to the point of order raised by Senator Osotsi, MP. Senator Omtata subsequently walked out of the chamber while comments on the point of order by other senators referred to above were being made. However, although he had exited the chamber, the chair required Senator Omtata to submit evidence to the claim he made regarding the Janjaweed. At the subsequent sitting held on Thursday, the 20th February 2025, the chair, by way of communication from the chair, invited Senator Omtata, MP, to submit evidence in support of his claim referred to above. Senator Omtata, MP, maintained his argument that the URL he had uttered was sufficient substantiation pursuant to Standing Order 105. That being the case, I undertook to review the material and give a ruling on the matter, as it was not practical to make a determination then. Honorable Senators, from the foregoing, 2 items stand out for substantiation with respect to the point of order by Senator Geoffrey Osotsi, MP. 1, who the Janjaweed group is in general, and 2, whether the Janjaweed has a base of operation or an office in Kenya. As you may recall, I have on several occasions issued communication from the chair stating that any document or evidence tabled by a senator in the Senate as evidence for substantiation of any allegations made, understanding Order 105 must pass a certain threshold. The obligation on the Speaker in such matters is to review the document or evidence tabled, determine the admissibility, establish whether the documents, if admissible, provide evidence of the claims made, and to finally make a ruling whether, accordingly, the threshold understanding Order 105 has been met. In undertaking the foregoing assessment, the following are the parameters that guide the Speaker. 1, is the evidence tabled from a source from which, by parliamentary practice, is official and admissible? And 2, if the answer to A is in the affirmative, does the evidence relate to and verify the claim that was made and for which substantiation was required? Honorable Senators, you will appreciate that media has evolved over time across different digital platforms in the field of ICT. It is therefore imperative for Parliament and specifically the Senate to adapt to the changing technological times, and where necessary, amend its rules to accommodate digital electronic evidence. Having reviewed the URL uttered by Senator Omtata, MP, I now turn to the parameters of admissibility that I have referred to. As regards the first parameter, which is whether the evidence tabled or submitted was from a source which, by parliamentary practice, is official and admissible. Upon accessing the URL https://www.cfr.org/global-conflict-tracker/conflict-power-struggle-Sudan, it directs you to an article under the heading Civil War in Sudan by the Center for Preventive Action, published on the website of the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, and dated the 3rd of October 2024. Upon review of the URL referred to above, it indicates that CFR is a nonpartisan, independent national membership organization, think tank, educator, and publisher, including of foreign affairs. It generates policy-relevant ideas and analysis, convenes experts and policymakers, and promotes informed public discussion, all to have impact on the most consequential issues facing the United States and the world. The website appears to be the official website for CFR. There is no evidence to suggest that the contrary, that this document is accordingly admissible. Honorable Senators, the second parameter, which is, does the evidence relate to and verify the claim that was made and for which substantiation was required? The URL provided by Senator Omtata MP sought to substantiate on who the Janjaweed group is and whether the Janjaweed has an office in Kenya. In the first instance, the information on the URL illustrates the conflict in Sudan and the players involved. It also highlights the various efforts at mediation and conflict resolution by players such as the United Nations, UN, and the Intergovernmental Authority and Development, IGAD. The article makes reference to atrocities committed by Janjaweed militia in Darfur and other parts of Sudan. It also makes further reference that RSF was created or has its roots from the Janjaweed militia. To this extent, the information satisfies the point of order by Senator Godfrey Osotsi on the need to know more about the Janjaweed. Honorable Senators, as regards the second part of Senator Osotsi's point of order, the article on the URL does not give any indication that the outfit has a base in Nairobi or has an office in Kenya as alleged by Senator Omtata. Senator Omtata needed to substantiate his claim by either giving a physical or postal address where Janjaweed has established an office in Nairobi. This has either been done by the Senator, nor has it been indicated in the article submitted for substantiation. Accordingly, I find and rule that the claim by Senator Omtata that the Janjaweed has an office in Nairobi has not been substantiated. In accordance with my findings and the failure to meet the threshold of substantiation pursuant to Standing Order 1052, I direct that the Senator to withdraw the remarks he made on Wednesday, the 19th of February 2025, and apologize. Honorable Senators, related to the process of substantiation required of Senator Omtata MP on this matter, having reviewed the Hansard of the proceedings of Wednesday, 19th of February 2025, afternoon sitting, the Senator made the following utterances. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is shameful that you can stand there and read a sanitized version of events. Very many senators contributed to that motion, and unless you give a correct record of what happened, I am not going to be invited into that murky bubble in which you want this House to exist. I will not. The Senator went further to state the following. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I think we should conduct proceedings in this House in mother tongue. Now, honorable Senators, I find these statements to be extremely disrespectful and condescending on the chair and to the House. Consequently, I direct the Senator to proceed and apologize to the House, as this is a serious affront on the orderly conduct of proceedings and a risk to the dignity of the House. All Senators, without exception, must conduct themselves with respect and decorum. I now invite Senator Omtata to withdraw the remarks on the allegations made in the course of debate and apologize to the House on the disrespectful remarks. I caution, as provided for in Standing Order 1052, that failure to withdraw and apologize will be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. Honorable Omtata, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for the opportunity to address this House. The last time we were in this House, if the record of the Hansard will serve us right, I was told to bring the URLs I was referring to. It was not one. In your review, you have reviewed one URL, which was the second URL I had given. The first one was on Wikipedia, upon which Senator Khalwale commented. I still don't understand why you cannot give a full version of what transpired in this House. I don't understand why. I had a total of 12 URLs. I kept on being interrupted when I was substantiating. I thought when somebody is asked to substantiate, he's called upon to perform a solemn duty, which the House must listen to in silence, and accord the person challenged to substantiate the chance to substantiate. You cannot challenge me to substantiate, gag me and block me from substantiating, and then demand that I apologize for having failed to substantiate. I find that difficult to carry in my conscience. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I reiterate my position that the Janjaweed is in Nairobi. The RSF is a matter of public notoriety that the RSF...
Senator Omtata, I'm trying to really accommodate you.
Approach the chair.
You need not. Ruling has been made by the chair. You have one option, either to withdraw or apologize, or you sit and wait further orders from the chair. Those are the only two options available, where we are now.
Well, I'm new, this is my first time in this House. If that's how this House operates, then for the sake of the people I represent in this House, and the need for their representation to be in this House, and not for my own sake, I will say that my conscience is not allowing me to say what I'm going to say. I'm going through this outside my body. I will take responsibility for the challenges this House has had engaging with me, and Mr. Speaker, sir, I will say that because I was denied the chance to table the 10 URLs which I was relying on, a copy of which I mailed to the Hansard office when they sent me a draft of what had been said here, I mailed an entire list of the 12 URLs to the Senate office. I gave a copy.
Senator Omtata.
I will proceed. My Lord, if you don't want me to contextualize what I'm going to say, when I say I withdraw and apologize, and if that pleases the conscience of this House, so be it. But it's a sad day for this country.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Variation of the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the conduct of Senator Gloria Orwoba, MP.
Senate Majority Leader.
Here is a matter of a member who did not find difficulty in apologizing. Mr. Speaker, this is a variation of the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Committee of Powers and Privilege on the conduct of Senator Gloria Ruoba. That aware that on the 20th of September, that aware that on 20th September 2023, the Senate adopted the report of the Committee on Powers and Privilege and the conduct of Senator Gloria Ruoba and resolved to suspend the Senator from the precincts of Parliament for the remainder of the second session of the 13th Parliament, which period amounted 79 calendar days. Cognizant that Senator Ruoba subsequently sought judicial intervention, obtaining a court order that stayed the implementation of the Senate's resolution until the matter was determined, and that the High Court, in its judgment delivered on the 15th of January 2025, dismissed the petition, thereby reinstating the suspension. Considering that Senator Ruoba has shown a considerable level of remorse and that following the communication by the Speaker on Wednesday, 12 February 2025, on the implementation of the powers, on the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Committee of Powers and Privilege on the conduct of Senator Gloria Ruoba MP, the Senator was apologetic for her conduct. Now, therefore, pursuant to Section 17(3)(d) and G of the Parliamentary Powers and Privilege Act, the Senate resolves to vary its resolution made on the 20th September 2023, suspending Senator Ruoba from the Senate and the precincts of Parliament for 79 calendar days, and reduces the suspension period to 30 calendar days, commencing 12 February 2025 to 13th March 2025, after which the Senator shall be allowed back to the Senate and the precincts of Parliament on the terms resolved by the Senate on 20th September 2023. Mr. Speaker, this is a request that I want to make to the House via this motion, that once a colleague has approached us in the way that Senator Ruoba came to realization that her conduct was not in line with what is expected of a senator, and has since apologized to the House on record, Mr. Speaker, the way she did on the day that she was asked to leave the chamber. Mr. Speaker, that I want to call upon the collective wisdom of colleague senators to consider reducing the sentence from 79 days, which is almost 3 months to have a colleague out of the precincts of Parliament, to 30 days, which is at least 1 month, Mr. Speaker. She'll have served the sentence. And even then, Mr. Speaker, the final bit of this motion is that when she resumes, she will actually do other things which the motion that suspended are required of her to do after the 79 days. So actually, the only reprieve that this senator is asking, or that I want to request colleague senators to pass in this House, is to reduce from 79 to 30 days, calendar days. It's a humble request to colleague senators that I want to request that we be fair and accord. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to request my brother, the Minority Leader, Senator Retired Justice Stewart Mazzaya, to second this motion. I thank you.
Just one moment, Minority Leader. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, visiting teachers and students from Kapkisiara Girls High School in Kericho County. The delegation comprises 8 teachers and 103 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposure. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Majority Leader, would you take a minute to welcome them, and Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome these students from Kapkisiara Girls Secondary School in Bureti Sub-County, one of the top performing schools from the county, Mr. Speaker, who are here on a visit to the institution. I do hope that they have enjoyed the full value of the time that they have taken. They have seen us debate, and what you have just seen your senator do, Mr. Speaker, is to move a motion, and the seconder is about to take to the floor. Mr. Speaker, after their visit, as is the tradition of this senator of theirs, I will walk behind to greet them and wish them safe travel back home. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator of Bomet, did you want to welcome them as well?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I initially wanted to bring to your attention the fact that they were just about to be asked of the public gallery, and I do want to appreciate the intervention that you took so that they also feel the presence of being welcomed by their senator in the House. I want to join my neighbor, Senator Aaron Cheriot, who is the majority leader of the House, in welcoming them to this House as well. I know that you have learned a lot by just even being present here. I equally will join him, being a good neighbor, to welcome you behind the chamber of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader? Minority Leader, you can second the motion.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, kitu cha kwanza ni kwamba yule ambaye alikuwa amefanya makosa na ikabainika wazi ya kwamba kweli seneta alikuwa amefanya makosa, seneta yule aliweza kuomba msamaha wakati alipatikana kuwa na hiyo hatia. Na kawaida, Bwana Spika, unaona ule ugumu wa mtu akiwa amekosea na akiwa hajui, na akiwa amekosea na akiwa anajua. Bwana Spika, wengi huwa pengine anaweza kukataa kuomba msamaha, ama wengine wakaweza kuomba msamaha. Sasa hivi tayari ndugu yetu Mtata alikuwa hapa, na amesema ijapokuwa akijivua yeye nguo yake anaweza kuomba msamaha, lakini kwa vile ambavyo ameona ajigawanye mara mbili, akasema yeye pia amesema pole sana na ameomba msamaha.
Senator Mazayo.
Na hii Senate ikamsamehe.
Senator Mazayo, kwanza Senator Omtata hakusema lolote kuhusu kuvua nguo yake. Kama unaweza kurekebisha hiyo matamshi yako.
Kujitenga mwili wake na vile
alipotamka. Sema hivyo, umesema kuvua nguo.
Pole Bwana Spika, pengine ulimi uliteleza. Ndio nikasikia sauti ya Sifuna akicheka sana. Bwana Spika, kila binadamu hufanya makosa, na kila binadamu huwa anaweza kuomba msamaha ama kukataa kuomba msamaha. Dada yetu Oruoba Gloria aliweza kuomba msamaha. Kwa hiyo mimi sioni jambo gumu la kwamba kutakuwa na mushkil ambao hatuwezi kumsamehe. Mimi nimeona zile siku alizokuwa amepewa, siku 79 za kama kuadhibiwa, na alipoomba msamaha sisi sote tulikuwa na mioyo mikunjufu na tukakubaliana. Na mimi naona ya kwamba kugeuza zile siku na kuzipunguza ili dada yetu aweze kurudi, seneta mwenzetu, naona hakuna shida. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga mkono taarifa hii ya kuweza kugeuza kutoka kwa 79 ifike 30 ili dada yetu aweze kurudi kwa nyumba yetu ya Senate, aendelee kama kawaida yake kusaidia Wakenya katika maisha yao. Asante Bwana Spika. Naunga mkono taarifa hii.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that aware that on 20th September 2023, the Senate adopted the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the conduct of Senator Gloria Oruoba MP and resolved to suspend the Senator from the precincts of Parliament for the remainder of the second session of the 13th Parliament, which period amounted to 79 calendar days. Cognizant that Senator Oruoba subsequently sought judicial intervention, obtaining a court order that stayed the implementation of the Senate's resolution until the matter was determined, and that the High Court and its judgment delivered on 15th January 2025 dismiss the petition, thereby reinstating the suspension. Considering that Senator Oroba has shown a considerable level of remorse and that following the communication by the Speaker on Wednesday, 12 February 2025, on the implementation of the resolution of the Senate on the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the conduct of Senator Gloria Oroba, MP, the Senator was apologetic for her conduct. Now, therefore, pursuant to Section 17(3)(d) and G of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, the Senate resolves to vary its resolution made on 20th September 2023, suspending Senator Oroba from the Senate and precincts of Parliament for 79 calendar days, and reduces the suspension period to 30 calendar days, commencing 12th February 2025 to 13th March 2025, after which the Senator shall be allowed back to the Senate and the precincts of Parliament on the terms resolved by the Senate on 20th September 2023. Honorable Senators, we shall allow debate on this matter. Senator Joyce Korir. Can you give Joyce Korir the mic?
Yeah, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Yangu ni kuweza kusimama na Mheshimiwa Gloria kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, kila mtu hufanya makosa. Na katika kielezo imefafanua ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Gloria ameweza kuomba msamaha, na ndiposa ningependa kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, najua kila mtu hufanya makosa. Sisi wote tuatenda makosa na ni mzuri pia kusameheana ili tuweze kutekeleza majukumu ambayo iko miongoni mwetu. So kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusimama naye na niseme aweze kurudi hiyo tarehe ambaye imeandikwa ya tarehe 12. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Tabitha Keroche.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, also for giving me this opportunity. And I also want to rise and support the House and what they've seen to pardon Gloria for the mistakes that she made. But I hope, even as we forgive her, and we didn't want her to come back on that March, March 12, it's just to ensure that the persons that were affected by her utterances. She's written letters to them just to apologize to them on a personal level, because some of them, some utterances, I think affected even people with families and all that, if I remember very well. So mine is just to say that I just hope that she took to her point to ensure that she's written a letter to the people that were affected by her bad utterances on a personal level, because as a senator, we'll forgive her because of the letter that she wrote for an apology. But we don't want to forgive her and we move forward and then leave other people behind, especially the people who are affected by her bad utterances. And then also this one will also set an example that you cannot just be talking bad things about people and then you just write a letter and apologize. So there must be some measures taken just to ensure the people who are affected, whether she really apologized to them on a personal level, then of course bring the letter that she brought in the House. But we as a House, we need her in the House, so we'll always welcome her and support also that we forgive her, but we ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you ensure that the people who are affected by these utterances have been apologized to on a personal level, so that even as we walk the journey, all of us, we were walking together. And I remember some of them are the people that we rely on, who are the clerks of this House, that they need to be apologized to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Murgor.
I too thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also join my colleagues by saying that I concur with their views that she should be forgiven, and to miss the House for more than 2 months would have been very long for her, and a lot would have gone under the bridge, and she would have missed a lot. And so the reduction to 30 days is really very appropriate and good enough for her to learn the lesson that she needs. And I would also, my view is that I hope she learned a lesson that she will not walk the same path again when she comes back, because it's one thing to ask for forgiveness and change attitude, change her ways, change her language, and it's another to be forgiven and yet go the same way again. So it's my hope that she has learned enough and will change the way she talks, the way her attitude towards others, so that it's not something that will just be like a play. So I join to forgive her and to welcome her back. Thank you.
Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, I want to say from the onset that whilst I have no opposition to the proposed course of action, perhaps the majority leader, who unfortunately I did not have opportunity to speak to prior to the introduction of his motion, could address, because we are a house of record, could address legal and constitutional principles behind the decision that the House wants to take. First of all, I've looked at the section of the Powers and Privileges Act that you have invoked. This is section 17, 3D and G of the Powers and Privileges Act. It has no reference at all to rescinding decisions that have been passed by this House. And also in the standing orders, perhaps you can also demonstrate to us, maybe when you're replying to the motion, how this sits, because you understand that there are grievous matters such as when a bill, say, is rejected in this House, in terms of the time period within which it can be reintroduced. And also, lastly, Honorable Speaker, perhaps the majority leader in his reply can also speak to whether the subject of the attacks, the victim themselves, have said anything on this matter, so that as a House, we also don't appear as if we are taking one side of the story. And it would be nice to know whether there's any communication from the persons affected by the conduct of a senator, so that when we're making that decision, we make a decision out of appreciation of the full facts. So those are going to be my only comments, Honorable Speaker. We don't need to belabor. I thank you.
Very well. Senator Kinyo. John.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Kwanza mwanzo nataka kukubaliana na hayo maombi, lakini ni vizuri nikubaliana na Senator Sifuna ya kwamba hata ijapokuwa ndio tunamsamehe Senator Gloria, lakini yule ambaye tayari alikuwa ameadhiriwa na yale matendo, yeye anasema namna gani, Bwana Spika? Kwa sababu ukifanya makosa na umejuta makosa yako, yule ambaye ulimkosea pengine unapaswa kumuomba msamaha na yeye mwenyewe akubali ule msamaha, kwa sababu ndio sisi kama seneti tunaweza tukakubaliana, lakini yule ambaye alikuwa ameadhiriwa bado ako na ule uchungu. Bwana Spika, pengine ni vizuri hata yule ambaye alikuwa ameadhiriwa, huyu seneta ambaye ni Gloria amuombe msamaha, kwa sababu kitabu kitakatifu cha Mungu kinasema kile ambacho huku duniani kimesamehewa, hata mbinguni kimesamehewa. Kwa hivyo mimi nakubaliana na wenzangu, lakini kwa sababu Bwana Spika, yule ambaye ni 100% ni Mwenyezi Mungu peke yake, ni vizuri hata sisi tusamehe, kwa sababu leo ni mimi, kesho ni wewe. Kwa hivyo ni mtindo mzuri kwa watu kusameheana, kwa sababu tukiwa katika dunia hii naweza nikakugwarusa, kesho unigwaruse, na ule uzoefu wa kusameheana utakuwa ni mfano mzuri sana kwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na vile vile, kwa sababu leo tumekuwa tukijadili huu mswada wa Leonard Mambo Mbotela, itakuwa ni ungwana kwetu sisi kuwasamehe wenzetu. Nashukuru Bwana Spika.
Very well, I think the mover can reply. Oh, sorry, Senator Sige.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to also make a comment on the motion by the leader of majority, Mr. Speaker, it should not lost in us that the Honorable Senator Gloria did indeed exercise her right to seek for judicial intervention, and a finding was made by the court. As to her choice not to pursue an appeal against that decision which went against her, could be a revelation on her part as to the importance of seeking to apologize before the House, because that decision she was seeking to challenge was occasioned by the decision of this House. And as much as the House had made a decision to punish her for a period of 79 days, in the presence of an apology on her part to the members, I believe including the victim of the actions that led to the punishment by the House, is sufficient in the circumstances, particularly where the mover of the motion has not completely proposed that the punishment be rescinded, as it has only been reduced from 79 days to 30 days. From where I sit, Mr. Speaker, having a colleague who has, without hesitation, sought to be forgiven by the members, all who could have been or could not have been affected by the decision that was made, should be considered, and the period of punishment be reduced as proposed by the leader of majority. And so, as we consider this, I am very sure that the majority leader will also be able to speak to a few of the issues that members have raised here in the context of a decision having been made, and also the position of the victim of the utterances that led to the subject that we are debating this afternoon. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for granting me the opportunity.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very difficult issue for me to speak about because I am a new member of this House, and as a new member of this House, I depend on the different legal instruments of this House on such matters. And one of the things that I never want to vary is the wisdom of the leadership of the House when such motion has been sponsored by the majority leader. I never want to vary that because there is wisdom in that leadership. That's why you have leadership in the House. So perhaps what will guide my judgment in supporting or not supporting this motion, number one, is just guidance from the majority leader that the decisions are made of this magnitude in this House. Do they merit as functus officio? I.e., under Article 125 of the Constitution, where powers and privileges comes and pronounce itself, then we make a judicious decision. Fundamentally, it means that that decision is made in the context of a high court of Kenya. That's what the Constitution gives us the power to do. Because there were evidence that were required when the Honorable Senator sat in the Powers and Privileges Committee, which then falls within that Article 125. So the question in a layman's language is, once a court has made this decision, can it eat that decision? can it come back and vary that decision? If I'm guided so as a judge, I can be able to talk about it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the matter was further escalated by the Honorable Senator to the real courts. You know, we are a quasi-judicial house, but the matter was escalated to the courts, and the courts had a pronouncement on this matter. And I know that on the side of minority side, the leader of minority is a former judge. So again, my wisdom cannot in any way dispute whatever guidance he will give us on our side as a minority. But when the matter was escalated to court, and the court made a pronouncement on the matter, can we vary the pronouncement of that court and say that regardless of the fact that the court pronounced itself that the senator must serve the entire term, is it still our decision, or is it still the decision of the court? Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, is on the very important issue that the Senator of Nairobi, the Honorable Senator of Nairobi, Senator Sifuna, has raised, which is the issue of the matter we are looking at here was not about the senator, was about the senator vis-a-vis senior staff members who are serving the institution of Senate and Parliament. And to the effect that there were allegations made by the Honorable Senator, does apology for which the backdrop, because you opened that window, which I think we should not have opened after the court decision, but because it was opened and that apology was given to her to make, that apology in his assessment, does it mean withdrawal of all the allegations against those members of the staff, to the extent that we need to be judicious, not only just the senator, but also to the staff members who are involved? So would that mean, by extension, that there will be a requirement, whether a pseudo requirement or an active requirement on the side of the senator, to actually withdraw all those allegations that were found to be baseless? Because then, that way, I think then will be a house that is fair to both parties that are involved in this issue without any bipartisan nature. And I think that it might not be a question of just voting, Majority Leader, if I may beg. I think that this is just not a question that we might just discuss on the floor of the House, but also might need a wisdom on a small kamkunji, perhaps, where we can be able to discuss and see how we also maintain and protect the sanctity of the House, because we are setting a precedence for future generations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion by Majority Leader. Now, I will not be long on this issue. Honorable Speaker, this matter was decided in court, and I wish to bring it to the attention of the Senate, just in case the Senate is not aware. I think another case on this matter is still pending before the courts. My suggestion is that before we make a decision, because this involves a matter that might fall within character assassination of an individual, I don't know whether, as the Senate, we have the capacity to forgive on that matter on behalf of somebody who's not even before the Senate to be able to express themselves. My suggestion is that we get the JLAC committee to give us a view on what this means, and I pick the JLAC instead of the director or the Directorate of Legal, because it is a matter between a senator and member of staff. And I'm suggesting that a committee of the Senate be the one to look at these issues and to advise on whether we have the capacity or capability of giving the resolve or the reprieve that we want to give as we are proposing. Honorable Speaker, I also suggest that we actually need a policy in Parliament on matters relating to sexual harassment that touches on members of Parliament, so that we are able, I have read the policy on sexual harassment following what has happened in this House. I have read the policy on sexual harassment for Bunge, and that policy only covers members of staff. I think we need to move the Parliamentary Service Commission to actually put in place a policy and procedures on how to handle matters similar to this matter, because part of the challenge by the affected senator was that they did not have confidence in whatever process that we had. But having gone to court, they elected, or they were not able to persuade the court in the manner of this procedure. So my view is that it will be unfair for us to step in the shoe of the affected person and purport to make a decision on their behalf on this matter, having decided. And I think we can revisit it, and I personally have no problem in forgiving anybody, but I think we need the JLAC to give us a view on what they think, how they think we should handle this matter. Thank you.
Mover to reply, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank colleagues who have taken time to speak to this particular matter. Mr. Speaker, indeed, it's an interesting matter because it's not one that I'd have very strong feelings about on how a member decides on this particular issue. Because at the end of the day, I believe an apology that has been rendered and the punishment that this House rendered on the offenses that were committed by Senator Gloria Orwoba are personal. Therefore, if a member feels that indeed that particular member has owned up to their mistakes and has requested the House that they be given a lighter punishment, not that they are not punished completely, but be granted a lighter punishment. It is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, that I moved the House to reduce the sentence and the Senate to vary its resolution. There are a few things that have come up which I'll attempt to respond, Mr. Speaker. First is what Senator Sifuna raised with reference to the motion coming back to the House within a period less than 6 months. Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion was moved actually on the, to be specific, on the 23rd of September, 20th of September 2023. Therefore, it's far more beyond the 6 months period upon which you can bring a motion separate to the one that had earlier been resolved. Secondly, Senator Sifuna also inquired on the provisions cited, Section 17, 3D and G. The reference to them was to the punishment, not that the House has powers to do. Actually, the punishment that was meted to Senator Gloria by this House is in reference to those specific, that she be asked to leave the House for a certain period and also being asked to apologize. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in the final part of the motion, I have stated that there is a term there that when Senator Gloria Orwoba returns, should members agree with this motion, she will be admitted to this House on terms resolved by the Senate on 20th September 2023. So you have to ask yourself, what were the terms? If you have observed previously when a member has been kicked out of this House, it's also a very difficult experience. It's not something as easy as just walking back to the House. When she comes back, it is almost similar to the first day we came to this House, where you have the rostrum placed at the door there, and they formally apologize to all the people that they have wronged before the House finally agrees that they be admitted back. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not like we are making this sentence lighter. I have listened to Senator Catherine Muma, and I think there are two things perhaps you may need to remember. There were two cases on this matter. The one is where she contested the decision of the Senate, to which a full determination has been made, and the courts agreed with the decision of the Senate that actually we acted rightfully within the law to suspend her. And that's why the sentence now holds. The second matter is now the issue that you're referring to, where members are saying there's an individual who was maligned, there's an individual whose name was tarnished. That matter is still active before the court. And there is no way in which this decision, one way or the other, is saying that that matter before the court be ruled this way or the other. What we are resolving as a House, Senator Muma, is on the issue of the number of the days that she served the suspension. Is it 79 days or 30? And I felt, together with after consulting with colleagues, and said, the punishment she will serve anyway, because it needs to serve as a lesson. I continue to see sometimes us disrespect our own authority as a House, because every time I do something that is disrespectful in this House, Mr. Speaker, I am disrespecting the collective standing of this House, Mr. Speaker, before colleague senators and even before the country. Therefore, I want to agree with the decision that was made by the powers and privilege that for her conduct, Senator Gloria Orwoba must be punished. The only thing that we have requested you is that after having punished her, and given, in fact, the only thing that I reference to is the fact that she has since formally, or when granted an opportunity by the Speaker, apologized to the House, meaning that she has admitted that there is a way in which she behaved that was not up to the standing of a senator before all of us. Then I said, if that be the case, then I'd rather request the House that we review, not to waive the punishment, but just to review it from 79 days to 30 calendar days, which I find, Mr. Speaker, to be a fair ask of us colleagues, because like they say, to err is human, Mr. Speaker, that we can all sometimes mess. This does not in any way, Senator Eddy, take away the rights of the individual that you're speaking about, the clerk of the Senate. I'm sure that particular matter, and I wouldn't wish to speak long on that particular issue of the dispute between them, so as not to appear as if you are in support of this or the other particular person. I believe, because he strongly feels that his rights were violated, Mr. Speaker, that is a matter that is before the court. What is before us is a review of the punishment that this House passed on her. Remember, there is a case between the person who's accusing her, that she maligned her, and a case between her and senators, because senators felt that she had behaved inappropriately, and therefore senators punished her. This request is on the matter of the senators and the Senate of the Republic of Kenya versus our colleague, where we are saying, since our colleague has publicly come before us and said, I apologize, then let's review that particular sentence. I thought that will be clear and in any way does not prejudice the other matter that is between, that is in the courts, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply. In accordance to Standing Order number 66, Mr. Speaker, I beg that we defer the putting of a question, given that I can see the number of people that are in the House, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't be sufficient to take a vote. And this is one such matter also where I would wish that when you are taking the vote, you have as many senators as possible in the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senators, Honorable Senators, we are going to defer putting of the question till tomorrow or when we have quorum, and we will go to the next order. Order number 13, Clerk.
Order number 13, motion, report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023.
Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Sigei. Give Senator Sigei the mic.
Thank you. I already have it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Senate adopt the report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023. Yes, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, this particular motion was laid, report was laid on the table of the House on 5th of December 2024. And Mr. Speaker, as I move this particular motion, it is incumbent upon me to run members through the very salient issues which we dealt with in the course of the joint sitting of the National Assembly JLAC and this particular House. And Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sigay, sorry. Could you please move the motion properly as indicated on the order paper, and then you can explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will go through it again. I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 5th of December, 2024, and further that, pursuant to Article 113, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 167.3 of the Senate, approves the mediated version of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I felt the need to allow the chair to settle down so that I proceed. Madam Speaker, this particular bill was passed by the National Assembly on the 30th of November in the year 2023. It was amended and passed by this House, that is the Senate, on the 4th of June 2024, and the Senate's amendments were thereafter forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration. It is thereupon, Madam Speaker, that on the 24th of July 2024, the National Assembly rejected the proposals for amendments which were made by this House in the course of its consideration of the bill. And pursuant to this particular rejection, Madam Speaker, a mediation committee was established. And this committee, for purposes of record for this House, comprised the following members: Senator Okongo Omogeni, Senator Mohamed Faki, Senator Manzo, Senator Crystal Asige, Senator Gloria Orwoba, Senator Mungatana, Senator Joe Nyutu, and Senator Chute. This committee was co-chaired by yours truly, myself, together with the chairperson of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly, the Honorable Murugara. Madam Speaker, we had 7 sittings, where in those 7 sittings we went through the various contentious issues and clauses on this particular bill. And I will just, for the highlight, just pick a few of them. One of which, Madam Speaker, is the fact that this particular bill is such an administration of the conflict of interest aspect, which in line with Article 79 of the Constitution was to reinstate the administration to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as the primary enforcement authority or body. Madam Speaker, the earlier proposal and the amendments that were made by this House had expanded the primary authority not to domicile from EACC, that is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, but other bodies, which following consideration by the Joint Committee, the committee came to conclude that it is incumbent upon the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to be the primary authority or the primary organ to administer the act. And that was mutually agreed upon by the 2 houses, that is membership from the National Assembly and the membership from this particular House. Secondly, Madam Speaker, another very important provision which was agreed upon was with regards to at what point do we make reference to a public officer being of a possibility to have personal gain where conflict of interest can be apparent in a situation. And in this particular case, members indeed agreed that as long as you were holding a public office, there is a very high likelihood that you will have personal gain on an aspect that a conflict of interest can be seen to be apparent, and therefore in instances where, for example, an issue is before the House, being debated in one or two of the proceedings of the House, as a member, you must, or you are required by law, and in this case, this particular law, you are required to disclose that fact so that you make a choice, or the presidium at that time makes a choice as to whether you should be allowed to participate in such proceedings or not. And it is not only going to affect the committee of the whole, even in committee sittings of the various standing committees of both the National Assembly and the Senate, where a member has disclosed that conflict of interest could exist, then it's upon the chairperson who is presiding over and that particular member to make a choice whether such a member will continue sitting in the committee or not. And that particular provision, Madam Speaker, was uniformly agreed because of the desire to guard and protect the public officers and state officers from being exposed to participate in proceedings where they will be seen to have either influenced or in one way or the other involved themselves to make sure that a position that would be either prejudicial to the public or in benefit to them is involved if they are allowed to participate. That is one crucial provision that members agreed. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, is also a provision which was a bit contentious on prohibition by law of dual employment of public officers. In this particular aspect, it had been declined by the Senate, but the National Assembly had pushed that we need not have a public officer have dual employment. But the position the committee took was this is a provision that is already existing in other laws. And therefore, just for the sake of this conflict of interest bill, including it is basically what members called redundancy in enactment of laws. And members agreed unanimously to reject the inclusion of that provision because of the fact that it is already a provision that exists in Public Officers Ethics Act, which is an existing law, and it was superfluous to include that particular provision in the conflict of interest law, and the committee jointly agreed that that provision be deleted. Madam Speaker, as regards the aspect on declaration of income, assets or liabilities by members, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission on this particular proposed bill was required to also be involved in ensuring that such forms are filled in a more extensive way than the one that exists currently in the law. And the committee, Madam Speaker, was cognizant of the fact that the Public Officers Ethics Act indeed has got a provision requiring any public officer to make annual declaration of their assets, liabilities, and also income. And there is an existing schedule that requires how members are supposed to fill in and disclose those particular requirements on an annual basis. And therefore, where there is such an existing provision, it would not be necessary to still reintroduce it in this law. And similarly, it was agreed by the membership that it will be unnecessary to amend the schedule which serves that particular purpose in the existing law, and therefore members unanimously agreed that particular provision was to be excluded in the final draft. Another very interesting provision, Madam Speaker, that was considered in the course of this particular engagement by the Joint Committee was the requirement of a public officer who is a subject of investigation to be asked to step out of office for the entirety of the period of investigations. We are all aware that in this country, wherever there is any investigation that goes on, it is not known for how long will it take for such a process to be concluded. This particular law seeks to introduce a limitation on the time of suspension from an infinite period to a period of 90 days. And we are saying within these 90 days, whether or not investigations will be concluded, the moment 90 days lapses, the person is going to be automatically allowed to resume office, or if the investigating agent seeks to extend that period, they should do so pursuant to a judicial process so that we protect the interest of the person who is a subject of investigation as well as the public, where such investigation was to seek to protect, whether it's public resources or in event of abuse of office, we are able to protect both the victim and also the office itself. Because if we allow investigations to continue forever, people might abuse in most cases where they want to ensure that I don't get back to office. They delay the investigations, for instance, for a period until when my contract in office ends, or for whatever period of time they deem appropriate in the interest of those who are doing the investigations. We therefore then as a committee, Madam Speaker, agreed that if you are a subject of investigation, the timeline within which the investigation should be done is 90 days, failure to which then the agencies must seek an extension through the normal process, whether it's judicial or otherwise. They must formally do so, so that we know we also enable and facilitate such investigative agencies to be efficient in what they are doing, because by being efficient, they are able to conclude investigations. If it's a matter of protecting public resources, that can be done within a reasonable time. So, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that the entirety of the bill and the concerns which were contentious, raised by the Senate and National Assembly, were dealt with by this joint committee in the 7 sittings that were convened, and a final draft which has been tabled before this House. And I ask the members of this House to support this particular motion so that the bill can finally be approved and enacted by the National Assembly, having put into consideration the concerns as were raised by those who participated in the stakeholder engagement, the public participation, the National Assembly having also done their bit in public participation prior to them coming up with the bill, and this particular House having considered also contributions from a number of stakeholders, including the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, which is going to be the primary entity that will administer this particular act, among other players who also brought in their concerns, which were considered by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and ultimately the draft that now went brought back and is the subject of this particular motion. Madam Speaker, the motion therefore that is before this House today is one that has put into consideration matters beyond the committee, matters beyond the House, and I urge the honorable members to support. And Madam Speaker, I would like to request the Honorable Senator Eddie Okech to second this motion. I thank you.
Senator Okech.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I also want to thank my brother, the good senator from Bomet, for seeing it fit that I second this motion. I think, Madam Speaker, there is no any other important bill, in my view, that can be of serious attention to us than the bill that is at the backbone of this report that the joint committee that looked at this report from the National Assembly and our Assembly and our Senate have worked on. And my reasoning is very simple, Madam Speaker. My reasoning is that all the problems of this country lies on what this report and the subsequent bill, or rather the mediated version of the bill, agrees on. All our problems as a country comes from this problem of conflict of interest. Madam Speaker, there is a report called the Ndegwa Report, the Ndegwa Commission Report. And the Ndegwa Commission Report, Madam Speaker, was presented to Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, the first president of Kenya, in May 1971. That report is available online, and I think that is also within our answers as Parliament. And the 398-page report, Madam Speaker, It's a very, very rich report. It's a report that is as rich as the section of paper that were written by amazing patriots like Tom Boyer. But there is a part of that report that I think has been seriously disastrous to our country. And part of that report was when the Ndegwa Commission report suggested that civil servants can be able to do business while in government. This is our biggest problem, Madam Speaker, as a country. And despite the good intention that was put in that report, because when you read that report, some of the best professors wrote that report, and I find it extremely rich in terms of just rethinking the public service structure, as well as just rethinking the remuneration of public servants. Because you remember, Madam Speaker, that before 1971, public servants in this country used to earn the lowest amount of money. And alongside that, they were really not allowed to do business, because service was exactly that. Service was public service. You're called to duty, and you are able to do what you're called to do as a public servant for the nation. But the remuneration was very, very shallow. But, Madam Speaker, the moment this country opened an opportunity for the public servants in this country to be able to do business and create great wealth for themselves, it did not just stop at the idea of participating in the free market economy. It also meant that public servants would then go ahead and engage in doing business with government. And that is where the rot of this country started. The problem is that years later, it has become now an endemic problem in our budget-making process, especially when you think about Parliament and the executives. And this problem is not only within the national government and the national assemblies, that is the Senate and the National Assembly as is known in Parliament, but it's also now becoming a serious replica even in the county, in the county structure, in the devolved units of this country, where the budgeting process is made by the civil servants having queued and having secured a number of procurement opportunities that defrays the public from the services that they need in a various number of ways that can only become synonymous to porosity of serious resources getting into government, but the public can just never see where this money is going. Madam Speaker, it is easy today for Gen Zs and the younger generation to fight the symptoms of why our country is hemorrhaging in terms of serious taxations, but without service. But they can never get to the root cause of that problem if we don't give life to this report that is the first report that I see as an attempt to undo the wrongs of the Ndegwa Commission report. Because, Madam Speaker, if you look at other countries today, the countries that our young people are admiring, even if you take the Nordic countries, where young people are admiring when they look at the quality of good life, you'll find that, Madam Speaker, they are the countries that have got the highest form of taxation. But people there don't riot against taxation. People in those countries, citizens of those countries, never complain about any taxations. Why? Because tax raised by government goes and does what the country needs to do in terms of providing services for the population. Madam Speaker, you know that today, if you are in Norway, or if you're in Denmark, or if you are in Sweden, there are what we call services that are provided by government, but there's also what we call tax benefits. That even women in those countries today can go to work knowing very well that the government will even invest in the aftercare for their children when they are at work. But in our country today, the tax that is raised finds its way in the pocket of individuals by simple issue of civil servants doing business with government. This is the crust of what I call conflict of interest, that the others are not as bad as compared to this, Madam Speaker. Because today you come to Parliament and individuals have perfected the art of scavenging for what will be put in the budget tomorrow, on which road is going to belong to who, and which pseudo company am I going to put, including some proxies that are then going to be able to supply or do a certain work for government, for which, because they are sitting at the seats of accountability, they cannot hold themselves to account. And nobody else can hold them to account, because the moment they have put a number of budgetary allocations to projects that they want to do with serious and dubious companies, then when it comes to this Parliament, they will sanitize themselves. And therefore, almost 70% of our taxes never go to do any job. Inflation in the procurement processes in this country, Madam Speaker, is an endemic problem that is becoming difficult to address. Because we have put in the DNA and the psyche of Kenyans that you actually you don't need to be an entrepreneur in this country. You don't need to think about enterprising economy, because the simplest way to get to wealth, the simplest way to amass wealth, whether primitively or in a pseudo manner that you are hiding, is simply to join government. Whether you join government as a legislature, whether you join government as a body in the judiciary, whether you join government in the executive, you are rest assured that you will be wealthier than any entrepreneur who has spent 20 years doing business in this country. This is a menace that young people in this country, serious patrons in this country, must rise to look at the eye of what the bill and the mediated version of this bill is proposing, so that we can be able to deal with this menace once and for all. And it's not going to be easy. Madam Speaker, since 1970 to date, when Duncan Ndegwa and the Central Bank sat together to rethink the public service structure of this country and endorse this kind of a commission report, and the resultant behavior of public servants being able to actually harvest from the public coffers to date is not an easy thing to fight. Even as we support this report and further go to agree as a House with our partners in the National Assembly to be able to actually make this bill come to life, Madam Speaker, we have got a serious war to wage against enterprising within government. It's a big problem. It's a big problem that if we don't give this particular bill, once it becomes law, we give it some truth, it will never be easy to run government. And Madam Speaker, it ends up going as well with the idea of abuse of office, Madam Speaker. People only abuse office because they have got power to be able to procure the services of whichever laws that are supposed to be able to enforce the laws in this country, or entities that are able to enforce the laws in this country. There's an ongoing debate right now, Madam Speaker, on what is going on in the judiciary. You remember in 2007, when after the crisis that we have in this country, people were rethinking and investing on rethinking our constitution, Madam Speaker, when some of the patriots in this country, including Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga at that time, were fighting so hard that we have a judiciary ombudsman. So that as we think about independent commissions that we have had in this country, Madam Speaker, those independent commissions like judiciary, we can be able to have ombudsman. People did not want it. And today, Madam Speaker, I dare say confidently that one of the most procured institutions of enforcing our laws in this country, Madam Speaker, is the judiciary. Because how do you explain, Madam Speaker, when a matter of urgency is put before a court of law in this country that needs a determination within 2 days or 3 days? For instance, what happened in the National Assembly when a determination was needed to be done within the time that the National Assembly was supposed to pronounce itself on who are the majority leader in the House. Then the judgment comes 2 years later, Madam Speaker. How do you explain that if it's not the procurement of the services of judges in this country? Who oversees our judges? The Parliament can be oversighted by the judiciary. The executive can be oversighted by parliament. Who oversights our judges? The abuse of office has come to the extent that this House has witnessed the creation of an independent institution called the EACC. And Madam Speaker, we sit in these committees of the House every single day. Today I was in 3 committees, Madam Speaker. We look at the reports by the Auditor General. We find serious variances that have led to public loss of funds in counties, Madam Speaker. We pronounce ourselves in those committees. We send it to EACC, Madam Speaker. 2 years later, no government, even a single, is held to account. What is that if it's not procuring EACC, Madam Speaker? What is that if it's not procuring DPP in this country, Madam Speaker? What is that if it's not procuring DCI, Madam Speaker? The abuse of office is not just a simple issue of the backlog and the bottlenecks that we have with investigation. It is clearly intertwined with the issue that because the public service in this country has allowed public servants to make humongous amount of money, we have made a country where people in government have built a buddyism system where they are protecting themselves and do not allow taxes of this country to go back and serve our people. So, Madam Speaker, I believe very strongly, as a young person in this country who has sat in this House time without number, listening to my elders and ranking members in this House speak about the challenges of providing water in this country, about the challenges of providing gas in this country, about the challenges of providing medicine in this country, that I know when I sit in the Finance and Budget Committee, Madam Speaker, that it's totally possible not to borrow money and provide these services to our people because we have got capacity to raise taxes. But the hemorrhage of those taxes and the lifestyle that our people see, the politicians live, the judges live, the people in the executive live, merely 1 or 2 months after getting into office, Madam Speaker, is a pandemic in this country that we must confront through this bill, Madam Speaker. So I've never been happier about a committee that has sat together in a joint session, the committee that sat and mediated this version of this bill. And I want to thank my brothers and sisters from the Senate and my brothers and sisters from the National Assembly for the version they have come up with, because they have done something unknowingly. They have done something unknowingly of dealing with the Ndegwa Commission that brought us this menace in our country. And I hope that we can fast track this particular bill to come to this House. We agree on that mediated version and give it life and go further to make sure that we're going to champion its implementation outside the precinct of Parliament. Because we are leaders who have been elected by the confidence of people in this country. We have been given the mandate. We have been given trust. Even today, Madam Speaker, I dare say that I know that the President today is facing a lot of scathing attacks on the issue of taxation and scathing attacks on the issues of high cost of living, scathing attacks on why he has entered deeper into the pockets of individuals who are getting salaries in this country. But I can say that that is not the issue. The issue is that people have lost confidence and trust in the public service in this country because of the lifestyle we have chosen to live and the services we have chosen not to give our people by simply being able to trade with government and enrich ourselves as public servants and state officers that do not allow the taxes to go back to our people. It is possible, Madam Speaker, that we can have high taxation as well as higher services to our people. It's possible in our generation. It is possible to restore the confidence of our people in governance in this country. And the journey of that confidence of our people on the president, on us legislators, on the judges in this country, starts with making sure that the conflict of interest bill is given life. It's not simply passed by mere action of Parliament, but is given life and make sure that the idea of enterprising in government, that people are scared of confronting, that members of Parliament are scared of facing, can be able to come to an end in this country. Because if you go to a place like Britain today, Madam Speaker, if you are a public servant who has become a public servant, give the private sector the opportunity to serve the government as the first market in an economy. Let the private sector thrive in making a stronger market economy that can truly give jobs to people, that are jobs that will not only be quality in scale, but also vast and diverse in scale. Because, Madam Speaker, the idea that public service has become a place where even people come with the concept of ghost workers is now becoming a menace in our country. Why is that possible? It is only possible because of conflict of interest. Because people in government have become very comfortable with the idea that if I'm in a place of power, I can create jobs that don't exist and therefore pay money where there is no value for that money and be okay that I'm protecting my own. If I'm a Kikuyu, I'm protecting a Kikuyu. If I'm a Kalenjin, I'm protecting a Kalenjin. If I'm a Luo, I'm protecting a Luo because I've got opportunity to employ them for jobs that don't exist. And spending money that is hard earned by Kenyans where I don't need to spend it. When I could as well easily stop the conflict of interest of employing my own and simply empower and endorse a market economy where the private sector can be able not only to create good jobs, but also go ahead and build an economy that works. Madam Speaker, today I was looking at the BPS that have been brought before me in the House. And Madam Speaker, I can see the inflation has gone down. I can see the inflation is going down. But I cannot relate the inflation with the cost of goods and services in this economy. I am seeing the current account of government is looking very positive, Madam Speaker. But that current account is not as a result of export increase in our economy. It's as a result of import decrease in our economy. Meaning that the economy is not thriving. There is no production that's happening in this economy because nobody sees where the tax is going. Nobody ever sees where the tax is going. It's not empowering businesses. It's not providing services. And Madam Speaker, right now we are at a very big scare where USAID, if you look at ODA in government, the services that are supposed to be done by ministerial agencies that we get grants for. But if you look at off ODAs which are not in government, like where USAID comes in place to be able to give a few grants to do things like providing water in the slums, to provide Medicare for people who cannot be able to get it. Madam Speaker, most of that money end up going to the pocket of individuals in terms of administrative costs. I want you to think about it, Madam Speaker, if you give me a minute. Think about it. With the pronouncement of Donald Trump, the President of the United States, that USAID now is not going to give us any money, have we imagined as a country where we are going to go with services that were being lifted by this?
Please give him a minute.
Yes. What's going to happen, Madam Speaker, is that our government is going to be forced to start thinking about spending again our taxes in offering services in that gap. Madam Speaker, we are sitting on a time bomb. Because when these seepages still go on in government, when this porosity still goes on in government, and that menace of ODAs again comes to the government, we are going to face a crisis in this country that can lead to another uninformed revolution that can make this country ungovernable. So I not only stop at seconding this bill as I'm seconding it, but also urging us to go back and reflect as a people, as leaders in this country, that do we want to go with this unsustainable idea of trading in government? Do you want to go with this unsustainable idea of hemorrhaging government and primitively accumulating wealth from government? I don't think we want, because if we collapse our country based on... Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 5th December 2024, and further that pursuant to Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 1673 of the Senate approves the mediated version of the bill. Senator Cherargei, are you there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I have read the committee report, but I found it was just a cleanup. Madam Speaker, I am a strong believer in institutions. This country, Madam Speaker, is facing non-implementation of development of institutions. We don't have a shortage, Madam Speaker, of laws that can fight corruption in this country. This report on the conflict of interest is and should be that EACC cannot have capacity to fight white-collar crimes and even transnational crimes. Madam Speaker, you remember in the UK, the famous case of Chicken Gate. The UK could nail down the suspects, but Kenya is yet to, Madam Speaker. You remember the issue of the dam that is in Nakuru, the name is Itare, where even the DCI had to travel to Italy, but there is nothing that come out of it. Madam Speaker, as Parliament, what we should be discussing is that are we appropriating enough funds, capacity, human resource, and ability for EACC to prosecute white-collar crimes? That should be the question that we're having today in the evening, Madam Speaker. I don't see, because if you look at the report that anti-corruption EACC has brought before the Senate, Madam Speaker, is about conviction of bribery of 20,000 shillings, 10,000 shillings, traffic officers being chased. But governors who are facing allegations of corruption, senior national officials are facing allegations, have never been convicted. The only case that we saw that has made a headway is the one of Waititu case, Madam Speaker, where more than close to 600 million was being adjudicated upon, Madam Speaker. But people feel that there was no proper and punitive decision by the court. So from the onset, there are many laws that can fight corruption. Because, Madam Speaker, if I take you to section 42, where conflict of interest has been defined, under the what we call Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, number 3 of 2023, 203, as revised in 20...
Order, Senator Eddy and Senator Montet. Please consult in law terms.
I think the new chairs, Madam Speaker, you should take from retreat. You know, when you become chair, there is a decorum that is expected of you. Madam Speaker, when you look at number 3 of 2003 Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act as revised in 2015, section 42 defines what conflict of interest is, Madam Speaker. One of the grounds, when you look at, Madam Speaker, one of the grounds of corruption, and that is the question the committee should tell us. The corruption offenses, Madam Speaker, are 1, bribery, 2, conflict of interest, 3, corruption, fraud, 4, bid rigging, 5th, misappropriation of funds, 6th, embezzlement, 7, abuse of office, 8, dishonesty in taxes, and the last one is election-related offenses, has been defined as corruption, Madam. So does it mean that we will have to do a law on, for example, Bribery Act? I know it is there. Does it mean we'll do about embezzlement or bid rigging? The law is already there, the anti-corruption law. The aspect we should be discussing is about the enforcement of and the fight against corruption. That is when Kenyans will build the issue. The issue of whether public servants are doing business with government is neither here nor there. That's a moving target. Because, Madam Speaker, if you are all of us, if conflict of interest, for example, today was passed as is, all of us who do farming are side hustle, or you are selling animals like Senator Murgur, or anybody else, we will have to stop. So we need to be very careful so that we don't You know, Madam Speaker, with the thinning of the pay slip of many Kenyan workers, they are forced to do side hustle, Madam Speaker. Does it mean it's conflict of interest when you, after the Senate is adjourned and you go and look at your kuku somewhere, your ng'ombe somewhere, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence of use of Kiswahili word, Madam Speaker? But the point is we need to be very honest so that, Madam Speaker, we don't, what should happen? And I've seen EACC and Senator Okiya Omtata, the indomitable lion of Busia is here, is charging people with conflict of interest. But they can't establish the link. Madam Speaker, in Nandi the other day, when the scandal of payroll emerged, close relatives of Governor Sang were found to be in the payroll of the county payroll. No one up to today has been charged. And Section 42, the EACC cannot argue today that they don't have the law to charge. Section 42 of Anti-Corruption Economic Crimes Act of 2003, as revised in 2016, provides for definition of what is conflict of interest. It is about the enforcement and the fight against corruption, Madam Speaker. It is not about anything else. We need to appropriate more resources. Our judges, I know there is an issue with the Supreme Court at the moment. And there are procedures on how that one can be handled, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I want to appeal that what we are having at the moment, Madam Speaker, is something more serious, because I have seen the committee observed that the bill seeks to consolidate role with the conflict of interest in public service. But I expected the committee, joint committee of National Assembly and the Senate, to come up on how we can clean up. They have not given us, in all referrals that they have done, they have said we will do laws relating to conflict of interest in public service, consolidate the laws. Why didn't the committee come up with a proposal of legislative? How long will we take? We know we are midterm of the Senate. Can the committee, the Joint Committee of Mediation, come up with a version of legislative intervention agreeable by the both houses so that we can fast track, Madam Speaker, so that it becomes very easy, Madam Speaker. So the committee should have given us a legislative intervention on how to consolidate the role relating to conflict of interest in public service, so that we know. Madam Speaker, most of the civil servants, I have told you, they have side hustle. Some people are hiring tilling and Narok, they are planting wheat. Does it mean since you are a principal of school YX, and on weekend when you are off, you are seeing your wheat in Narok, does it mean that's conflict of interest? Because you are earning from different sources. So, Madam Speaker, we need a legislative intervention that will tell us how the conflict of interest is handled in the public service. And assume you are a chief somewhere, Madam Speaker, and your husband is hired as an ACC in Malindi, and you are a chief somewhere in Nyakach, in Kisumu. What does the law say? Of course, you are related by marriage. Or your son applies for a job you are not aware. You are a senator here. Your son applies to a job, the Public Service Commission, they are hired. Can somebody say that's a conflict of interest? So we need to be very clear so that we don't play to the, I've seen people getting excited because this below some United Nations, some NGOs, we need to pass this law. Madam Speaker, when you look at principles of law, we should do the law that functions within the society of Kenya. This law is a law that has been brought by the NGOs and people who want to look nice before the Western countries. The other day they stopped USAID. No, so Madam Speaker, we need to be very careful so that we don't import things that can easily abort in our society. You and me know that you can have as many cousins as thousands. Does it mean if your cousin of your cousin of your cousin is hired, for example, in county government and you are the senator? What does it say about conflict of interest? So let us not rush, and I thought this mediation version should have involved both houses, Madam Speaker, so that we don't set ourselves up against our own society, Madam Speaker. Another aspect I wanted to point out, because I have 3 points, is on the issue. I agree in clause number 41 that we need to limit the time of suspension to be 90 days with a leave of court if there is extension. We saw governors, a number of governors, when they were under investigation of corruption cases, they are being suspended because they have executive powers. 90 days is enough. In fact, during my time, Madam Speaker, when I used to be the chair JLAC, we had even proposed that the case of corruption should be heard and dispensed within 24 months. In the last session, we came up with a proposal. In fact, at that time, we had a multi-agency team that was co-chaired by the chairs of JLAC in the National Assembly and the Senate, and the members were AG, NIS, KRA, and we sat in this same chamber, and we agreed that corruption cases must and should be dispensed within 24 months. And I agree with the chair that some people could take advantage. But what do we prevent when the gossip and your political saboteurs want to remove you from office? We must guard against that. These 90 days, I agree with the committee that it is more than sufficient. Let somebody be suspended from the office if it is a governor, but let it make it 90 days. Let them investigate and prosecute. But the committee should have added that the corruption cases must be heard and be dispensed within even 2 years. Because we know the backlog that is there in the courts of law, Madam Speaker. The fight against corruption cannot be won easily. You remember the former president, and I think the current CS has said we lose 2 billion Kenyan shillings through corruption. And it is true. The government has tried to streamline payment of government services through e-citizen, Madam Speaker. And we are yet to see that. The benefit of, you can see if we are losing 2 billion per day, it looks like we have domesticated corruption. The fight against corruption, we must be stringent. And therefore, 90 days should and must be applied, including governors, because they have executive powers that can be done, but also the case should be heard and determined within 2 years. And I think judiciary should take the lead. I know judiciary is facing a lot of challenges at the moment. The Judicial Service Commission, I've had people saying we should have formed judiciary ombudsman to listen to the complaints, but I believe the Judicial Service Commission has powers to do so. And in any case, judiciary, we don't want jury pesa, Madam Speaker. You saw the ruling of majority and minority. It took 2 years for the court to determine. What is hard about it? As we went to, Madam Speaker, you are aware in the last session, led by our Speaker Emeritus, Kenneth Makelo Lusaka, and then the Deputy Speaker, the current Deputy President, and yours truly was the chair of JLAC. We did draft pleadings and moved to Milimani law courts before Justice Weldon Korir on 24 legislations that had been passed without concurrence of the Senate by the National Assembly, including the health laws, which health is devolved. Can you believe up to today the courts have never given a direction about such interventions? That's why sometimes people, we are not, judiciary is not beyond criticism. And that is why we are telling them, do your job. Fast track these cases. You have even land cases are staying here for 30, 40 years. And that is why we are telling judiciary backlog. But I want also to blame Parliament to some extent. Madam Speaker, judiciary has even, if you give judiciary, they request for 40 billion. And then, Madam Speaker, you give 18 billion, 20 billion. What are we saying? They don't have capacity, ability, human resource to dispense the cases. So even as we blame judiciary for slowing of judgments, we must also as a parliament blame ourselves because we have not allocated enough resources to judiciary to dispense of the cases that we have. Madam Speaker, in clause number 46, that will be my second last point, is on the liability question against the EACC or person. This question has not been answered by the committee. I don't know why. That sometimes the EACC officers or any other entity can act overzealous. I don't know, Madam Speaker, sometimes they are private prosecutions. So I don't know in this case of EACC liability, if they are arresting somebody and they destroy their property, where does it? Because the committee says is an entity mandated by to ensure compliance and enforcement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which includes the conflict of interest. The Senate, we had said, we had, of course, prevented them, but where do you stop the liability? Because we have seen in many cases when the arrest happened, Madam Speaker, is it, we need to know, because we don't want to see EACC coming to your house turning upside down everything without proper investigative mechanisms. I know they can get court of law, so that we, and then liability. What happens when, if they arrest you with milk or with tomatoes, and they take to custody, and that tomatoes and milk get spilled? Who should be held accountable and liable? So I think on the issue of liability, I agree, Madam Speaker, that we need to prevent these people from being subject to civil and criminal proceedings. But to what extent? I think that is what we need to do. Even the president, there is a level a president can be given exemption from liability to a particular, especially they should have day on discharge of official duties. I think that should have been the essence of moving, Madam Speaker. On the issue of management of conflict of interest, I think on this one, the committee has said, therefore, the repeal of Public Officer Ethics Act is necessary, which I agree. But all said and done, this matters has been captured in Leadership and Integrity Act that should have been, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I agree that we need to clean up the laws that we fight against corruption. This will be my last remark. We need to agree to clean up the laws that fight corruption in this country. But I've told you, Madam Speaker, it is not about the laws. It is our values as a society, as Article 10. It is the ability and capacity to give resources to EACC. Does EACC have enough capacity to fight white-collar crimes? Does it have a capacity? You know, most of these thieves steal through papers. Do they have resources to follow the money that there is what we call, Senator Umtata, I don't know whether you remember these islands, Cayman Islands, tax where they hide the stolen loot. Where is it? Yeah? Tax havens, like Cayman Islands. You remember the famous case of KPLC, Kishuru, and the rest. Or does it have, can they have capacity to go and follow up in Dubai? In many other cases, Madam Speaker. Does this issue of lifestyle audit, can it be done to officers who just get offices? When you go to the village or when you pass big towns, you are told this apartment is so and so. The other day, he could not even afford to pay even 1 or 2 liters of driving 2,000 cc. You find gentleman is driving 5,700 cc. We were even told of an officer who used to fly from here to Machakos via helicopter, because they have a lot of money at disposal, Madam Speaker. So we need also to work on the lifestyle audit, Madam Speaker. I agree, you know, we don't want to criminalize wealth and glorify poverty, but we must be very realistic. I think one of the reasons, and Senator who seconded just said, one of the reasons that Gen Z rose up was on this issue of opulence. There is a former United States America ambassador who was here that you were eating and vomiting on our shoes. I don't know, was it Michael Reinberger or Hemston who said you are eating and vomiting on our shoes? That is what is happening. We are not saying civil servants, they should, of course, ensure they discharge their duty with all the power, but also we must be realistic as a country. What works for us? What is important as a country? So I've realized this mediation version of the bill was more of a cleanup, the conflict of interest bill, but let us be careful. Let us not pass the laws to just make World Bank and other Bretton Woods institutions to be happy at the expense of how we are as Kenyans. There are things that can work and things that cannot work. But this conflict of interest is one that has been defined. Madam Speaker, I want to clarify, conflict of interest under Section 42 of Anti-Corruption Economic Crimes Act is already defined. So the question is, what is it that they want to achieve? And I think if we look at this bill, it will be very, but I am still disappointed. I want to challenge the committee that let us also now push for EACC to prosecute people. If it is in Nandi, if it is in Bomet, West Pokot, Senator Omtata, I can see your governor is constructing many things here in Karen and all over the place. Yet when he was not a governor, he was not doing those things. So I will give you in private such information. So what is happening, Madam Speaker? So people are having wealth that they cannot even explain, unexplained wealth. When somebody, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I oppose. Thank you.
Senator Omtata.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to address this August House. And it's always a big honor to speak after the bull of Nandi, the indomitable Senator Cherargei. Thank you very much for the contribution you have made. And having looked at the report, we are making a new law called the Conflict of Interest Act, because it's still a bill right now. In the long title, it calls itself a bill for an act of parliament to provide for the management and regulation of conflict of interest and for connected purposes. I wish it had read as a bill to stop theft of public assets. We run the risk of covering the theft of public assets into very, very many poetic and beautiful words. Yes, we are going to have this law. But I don't see its capacity to resolve the question of theft of public assets, which is really the problem at the heart of the issue. It's important, I agree, that the conflict of interest, and as the bill says, be managed and be regulated. And we have got many provisions that say where somebody is conflicted, they pronounce their conflict, and if it is going to blur their judgment, they are supposed to recuse themselves from a particular process. We wait to see how far this bill will go when it becomes law.
Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. Senator Omtata, you have 18 minutes to go when we resume debate. For the record, I would like to report that orders number 10, 11, 12 have been deferred. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 26th February 2025 at 9:30 a.m.